Hello. Okay, let me just turn that music down a bit. There we go. Perfect. So, you guys are probably wondering what the title means. So basically what the title means is I will be staying at Wolverhampton Wanderers for the rest of this year, in which we can win the what can we win? We can win the Premier League, we can win the Champions League, we can win the FA Cup, we can win the Carabao Cup. We've already won the Community Shield and we won the South America Challenge. So essentially, we lost in the Super Cup. So that's the one thing that, if we played through the rest of this year, we won everything else available to us, we would never have won the Super Cup with Wolves. However, right? This is what I'm saying. If we win everything at Wolves this year, we're going to go on a journey. We're going to go into the staff job center. We're going to find ourselves a job. We're going to move to a team in a different league. Probably a top tier team. Well, maybe not a top tier team, but like a team that was similar to Wolves when we joined them. So a team that had not really won anything in recent years, that had struggled to get back into Europe, and we are going to go ahead and build them up into a team like Wolves. And we're going to keep doing it basically over a period of time. Maybe at the end of the save, we'll come back to Wolves and we'll be like, okay, we gotta bring Wolves back to where they were, or we gotta try our best to bring them to the situation we left them in. Obviously, by the time we probably come back, a lot of the players will have retired, or alternatively, a lot of them might have left. You know. So something to look into for sure. It's something that I think we've officially like sort of found here, is that I think there's an idea there. Excuse me. Where we have taken a team that used to be middle of the pack at best to a team that is now not necessarily the best of the best in the Premier League. We've only won the Premier League once. But we for sure have an option here where we can basically solidify them as a top tier squad in England. Lead them in a great position with Evan Ferguson, Florian Wirtz, great young talent on the squad. So the idea then would be that we we go to a team like, let's say in Ligue 1, let's go to like Lille or Marseille, or we go to we go to Serie A, for example, and we go to, let's say, Fiorentina or Palermo or AS Roma, a team that's not really won anything in recent memory. Or we go to La Liga. We go to the Bundesliga, let's say. And we go to Wolfsburg, let's say. Or we go to Hamburg or to Paderborn or to Mainz. We go to a team that's not won anything in a very long time. And this will allow us to, add new amazing teams to the save, and sort of solidify my managers in this universe as this champion building manager, which I think would be kind of a cool idea. For Wirtz has hurt himself; he's cut his leg. That's fine though; he'll be back after the Everton match. So that would be the idea, right? Where instead of, let's say, leaving the save and we go, okay, we're done now, we can start a new one. We stick to the same universe. We have already, brought in some incredible talent into Wolves. We've brought around some incredible talent. We found some amazing talent that maybe we can, to different places around the world. That's something that I for sure would consider. If you guys want to interest in it, try and stay in Europe. I mean, I would. I don't think I have many leagues outside of Europe loaded, so I'd have to load those saves. I'd have to load those leagues and then, hope that it doesn't break anything. Oh wow, Erling Haaland had 52 goals and 52 appearances, while Evan had 31 goals in second. That's crazy. So yeah, I probably try to stay in Europe. Probably try and stay in a top league-ish. Like, I wouldn't be like, oh, we'll go to Serbia. As interesting as that would probably be. What's the question? What team will win, probably? So yeah, that would be the idea in my head, right? Is that we stay in Europe, we stay in one of the leagues in Europe, let's say, or we could go to a team, we could go to a place like the Netherlands, or to Belgium, or to where else could we go? Go to Germany, go to Austria, could go to places like that. I wouldn't go to like the end of the Scotland included in that. Scotland would be interesting because I'd probably only go to Celtic, maybe Hibernians, but it'd be easier just to search Scotland. Don't go Rangers. Yeah, basically don't go Rangers. So like it's Celtic, Rangers, Aberdeen, Hibernians, Kilmacarnock, and Hearts are like their top 5 squads. I guess I could go to Aberdeen, given that you and I both know someone, Red, who is a big Aberdeen supporter. That would be an interesting one. Go to Aberdeen and try to win the thing is, right, is that trying to win the Premiership in Scotland is harder than trying to win the top league anywhere else, because Celtic and Rangers have so much fucking money. Like, these guys have so much money in comparison to any team directly below them. Well, Rangers don't, but Aberdeen only has 6 million in the bank, given that Celtic have 41 million in the bank, you know. Arbroath, not Aberdeen. Is Arbroath in here? They should be. Yeah, there they are. They're in the championship. They're in the 2nd tier. That'd be interesting. That'd be an interesting, like, longer term sort of commitment. Going to, like, Arbroath and winning that with Arbroath. But yeah, there are options there for sure. Like, we have ideas. I think it'd be a good fun. I think it'd be good fun to try and go to other places in Europe and try to do what we did here at Wolves and push them up the squad rankings up towards the top of their league. So we got our first match here against Everton in the Premier League. Ooh. Oh, that'd have been a fantastic time. Wouldn't have been nice to see a banging goal in the first 10 minutes of this match. Garner down to Trincao. Trincao attacks down the line. Gardner takes it off him at the byline, boots it out to Calvert-Lewin. It's the end of the highlight. Arthur to Gallagher. To Rooney. Rooney. Oh, can't get it past Pickford. But Trincao picks up the deflection. Van de Ven cuts into the byline. Tries to pull it back to Gallagher, but can't. Van de Ven attacks. McKenzie, big tackle. That might be him being sent off. McKenny's been sent off. Weston McKenny's gone. The American playing at Everton. Been shipped off. Wow. Yeah. Oh, where's he going? Oh, he's joining Everton. He's there on loan right now from Juventus. Szymanski with the corner. Finds Ferguson, but he can't keep it in. Not happy with that performance out there, guys. I want to see something better in the second half. They're playing a 7-2. Good lord. Gallagher with the wide ball. Collins heads it down to Arthur. It counts. What a fantastic little play there from Nathan. Was just left all on his own there. He could have headed that in himself. Alright, we're 57 minutes in here. We're going to make some subs just for fitness purposes. Szymanski, you can come off for David. Kenichi, you can come on for... we'll bring you on later on for Joris, because Joris is recovering from an injury. So that's 3 subs made. That's enough for now. Another corner kick here. Deep free kick. Ferguson's there. Can't keep the header down. Oh, Conor Gallagher's picked up an injury. Kenichi, you can come on there in that box-to-box role. Suppose what I could do is this. I put that. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense because Kenichi's more of a defensive mid. Joris can play box to box if we desperately need him to. He's not bad at it. Take off. Oh, Yukinari's hurt as well. So that's all of our subs made now. Just for the sake of our fitness here, I think we're done all right. 1-0 win. It was a bit of a let-off, but we won all the same. With Conor Gallagher hurt, that probably means David will be getting a lot more games. You can always pull some knee ligaments. He's out for a few weeks. And Conor has also pulled some knee ligaments. He's out for a few weeks. So that means that we have... we no longer have this lineup available. Meaning in the middle we had to put David in that box-to-box role. Which honestly, that's fine. He's a good box-to-box player. At right back, we're going to have to probably play a lot of Alistair Johnston and Festi. Which is fine. We have the cover at least. Strada's in 4 days. So Evan, you're going to be getting just a few days rest. And then we're good to go. We're second in the Prem behind Newcastle, but we have a game in hand on them. Sorry. Desperately thirsty for some caffeine. Wait, we had a 3xG and we only scored 1 goal. We had 3xG, we only scored 1 goal. They had no shots on target. No shots, no XGs, no corners, 12 fouls. My goodness, the fact that we didn't score more goals is kind of disappointing now. Trubin played well, though, at least. Bring Trevor since you have the space. I mean, it's John Strada. I'd probably rather play the 18 or 19-year-old guy here, but he's unregistered for Europe, so I'll throw Travers in. Why not? We'll throw him into the lineup for this match. And it looks like Wirtz might be back to full fitness for this game as well. Happy enough. Chelsea beat Birmingham. Please, for the love of everything, bring a goalie. Depending on how fit Florian Wirtz is, we might put him on the bench just to have put on. Remember when Trubin was hurt without a backup? That never happened. We always had a backup. We just didn't have anyone who was like... We didn't have a starting goalkeeper in our backup slot, basically. We only ever had Mark Travers. And given that I've signed him to an extension as a backup, I'm pretty happy to keep him around. It'll be the other keeper who will replace him. Miguel... What's his last name? Mikel Riddell. Riddell will likely replace Travers in the not-too-distant future. Travers is better shot-stopping, but that'll come with experience. Same with his communication. We've plenty of options. Plenty of options. Is that the Riquelme? No, a different Riquelme. There's a left-back Riquelme I remember picking up years ago in FM. And he was a very, very good player. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no. During the game injury. Yeah. No, I thought you were talking about how when he got injured, I didn't have anyone on the team as a backup. But no, I remember that. Yes. Who was it against Tottenham? I think it was. It's like Tottenham 2 years ago in this universe. Scott McTominay had to go in. Ooh. Ooh, it dropped in. That was lucky. Arthur has scored yet another goal for us off a header. Art Nwari into Shotard. Shotard tries to go up to the top but can't. Collins is there to David. David rounds. Tries to find Rooney. He can't. Johnston has it. They find Rooney again. Rooney gets blocked. Szymanski goes to the edge of the box to Rooney. He goes back to Szymanski. Offside. Collins has it down to David. David out wide to Rooney. Rooney into the middle to Szymanski. Finds Ferguson. Ferguson turns. Blocked. Szymanski to Rooney. Ooh, easy save there. Gets booted up towards our back line. Collins heads it down. David's there. Out to Johnston. Back to Collins. Collins eyes up his options to Johnston. In the middle to Szymanski. To Arthur. Out wide to Trincao. First pass. Nope. You're still scarred. Sorry for causing you undue stress, Red. Rooney to Szymanski. Ball drops. Can't pick it up though. Nori heads it down to Trincao. To Shotard. To David. To Johnston. Johnston byline. Tries to go for it. It's saved. Szymanski. Back post. Penalty. Who'll be taking this? Ferguson? Yeah, Ferguson. Their manager's absolutely furious. I'm there in the suit. Penalty's been given. Big Evan Ferguson stepping up here. Puts it in. His 17th goal of the season already. Nice. Ooh. What a nicely played goal there. Trincao cutting across to Rooney on the opposite side. What a great shot from him. Rooney's right there. You can see him. Takes a good step, gets right into a good scoring position, and Jobic has been doing an excellent job today, but can't stop Rooney on that one. (3-0) up, which is deserved according to the XG as well. Ooh, Arthur with a brace. Very nice. Now, we're 65 minutes in here. We're 4 goals up. Evan, you can come off because we need to give you a rest. Lorenzo can come on in your stead. Chotard off for Moscardo. Bareface on for David. John Martin on for Arthur. Festi on for... No, you're actually pretty fit as it is. We'll leave it at that for now. That's 4 subs. That's good enough for now. It's good rotationary positioning made. Szymanski over it. Oh. Dangerous. Not quite dangerous, though. Szymanski again. Loops it in for Luca. He can't get to the first one. Johnston hits the second one, but loops it over the crossbar. Ait Noori here with the throw into Szymanski. Tight Noori. Ait Noori inside in dangerous position. Rain Ait Noori buries it top corner. Puts us up 5-0. Very nice work there from Ryan. Oh, they have a shot. Would you look at that? They have 1 shot. Very nice. End of the match. 5-0. Comprehensive as it gets, guys. Blown away. Fantastic job. That puts us firmly in 8th in the table. We've drawn 1 game, and it was against Bayern, who are actually below us currently in the table on goal difference. We want to finish top 8. I think we can still finish in the top 1. I think we can still win, but we're close on that one. Alright, Szymanski, you can come out for Florian. Alistair Johnston off for Festi. Jean Martin on for Nathan, who's tired. Ryan off for Elaine. Joris can start with David and Florian Wirtz. Rooney off for... Trincao off for Moreira for sure. We'll leave Evan up top. Tottenham Hotspur up next 2 days later. Good win for us. Tottenham are sitting in 13th in the Premier League, which is pretty wild, honestly. We then have Liverpool in the Carabao Cup 4th round. We placed them in the we played them in the 4th round last year as well. Drew the first leg, lost the second one in extra time. This year, I want to see us hammer them in the first leg away at Anfield, so we don't need to worry about playing them again. Let's do it. Excuse me. Right. Anybody who I consider putting on instead of who is there? No, I think we're okay. Florian's back in the match. It'll be an excellent time for him. Let's do this. My favourites here, I want us to play like it, guys. I want us to beat Tottenham, and I want us to beat them easily and heavily. "25 minutes in, not much of anything so far." Maturo with a throw in on the left. Back to Arthur. Up to Maturo. Maturo in the middle. Holds onto it. Back to Arthur. Goes out wide. And back to Martin. Martin finds a good pass to Florian. Ferguson goes out wide to Festi, who takes on his defender with his bolt of speed to Rooney. In the middle. Block. Ferguson picks up the rebound. Out to Maturo. Ismail Assar intercepts. Puts it away, but Arthur's there. Moreira intercepts. Ooh, big miss from Hjoiland, but he was offside anyway. Arthur over a loose ball, boots it onto the side there with Moreira. Gets to the byline, pulls it all the way back to Moreira. Verts to Rooney. Back to Martin. Martin goes back to Chotard. Has to go back to Arthur. Arthur cuts it up. Moreira to Verts in behind. Misses. Added time is over. Second half starting. You still win this. Keep at it. They brought off Kulusevski for Bentancur. Vicario to Romero. Boots it up. Malero tries to head it on, but Martin's there. Goes back to Trubin. Out wide to Arthur. Arthur to Maturo. Maturo to Verts. Verts tries to go to David, but Sarr is there. Bentancur to Pavard. Pavard to Basuma. Ferguson with the big tackle. Chotard's there. Chotard shoots. Ooh. Goes wide. Brushin, he'll be fine. George Chotard off for Matsuro. Bareface in for David, who's not played well. Van de Ven on for Arthur. That's all the subs we'll make for now. It's only 3 subs, but it should be enough to switch things up. Nearly 75 minutes in here. Teddy heads it down. Diamande picks up the rebound. Okafor. Can't quite get past his defender. Bentacour's there. Acosta goes back to Basuma, who attacks, shoots, deflected, misses. D-Brown goes to Okafor. Diamande's there to Mason. Hits it off the crossbar. Maturo boots it away to Ferguson. Ferguson goes out wide to Rooney, who holds it up and goes back to Festi. I'd rather take off Rooney, who hasn't played well. And Ferguson's tired, so I will take him off. We'll put on Anto up top, just for this game. Martin to Teddy. Teddy to Martin. To Gabriel. To Florian. To Moreira. Back in the middle to Gabriel. Good headed down ball. Teddy Bareface shoots. Vicario makes a big save there. Trincao. Crosses. Maturo. Big mess of bodies there. 5 minutes of added time. Yeah, that's fine. That's good. Full time, 0-0 draw. Disappointed in that. We had a 2.52 XG. We didn't score anything. Just a thought. This would be an interesting playthrough if you go to different clubs, because you can keep an eye on Wolves and see how they're doing. Yeah, that's kind of the point, right? Is that we could actually, like, let's say we decide, oh, we're going to go to a team in Spain or a team in France or a team in Germany. We could very well go, oh, we want to bring in, let's say we want to bring someone with us. Let's say we go, okay, we're going to bring one player from Wolves with us, and it doesn't matter what the price is, we'll pay it. So, like, let's say, I don't know, we wanted to bring Trubin with us, say, and it cost us 90 million, and, like, that's the only player we're allowed to bring with us to the next club. Like, we can bring one player from a previous club along with us at any price, basically. That would probably be pretty cool, because you'd be like, oh, the manager obviously wants to bring along a player from his previous club. I would probably want to bring on Ferguson, bring Ferguson with me everywhere, but I think that's a bit of a cheat code. Having Evan Ferguson on every squad you go to seems like a bit of a waste of time. Not a waste of time, the opposite of a waste of time. Seems like it would almost be too easy to just have an incredible goal scorer with you no matter where you go. Birmingham beats Southampton. Wow, Birmingham have won a game. That puts them in 18th in the Premier League, above Aston Villa and Blackburn. Tied with Nottingham Forest on points. Just leaving funnily named youth players wherever we go. Indeed. I mean, that would be very interesting, right? If, like, let's say we moved to a team and we were like, oh, we're going to bring Evan with us. We're going to bring Anto with us. We're going to bring Anto along with us. We're going to bring Teddy Bareface with us. You know, that kind of guy. He's a goalkeeping coach. Okay, we can probably find a goalkeeping coach. So, like, we're like, oh, we're going to bring in Teddy Bareface and Anto to bring them along with us. just to see if we can do that, or maybe like bring along Kenichi Mikitani, bring along somebody else. You know, we cannot. That's an option, right? Like we can 100% go to different clubs and bring along some youth players or whatever else we want to do. There are options there, but I don't necessarily know if that's something that we'll be doing a lot of, because it'd be very expensive to bring in those players to a different club. You know, just how much money. Even though Wolves at this point are now quite a rich club compared to what they were when we first joined here. They have a lot of money tied up in players. So, like, perfect example here. If I go to my squad and then go to transfer, Florian Wirtz is valued at over 110 million. Moscardo is valued at 80 to 90. So is Alfonso Moreira. So Rooney's valued up to 104. Ferguson's valued up to 104. Gallagher's valued up to 85. Same with Trubin. Arthur's the same. Mickey Van de Ven's valued at 70 million. Kenichi Mikitani's valued at between 70 and 80 million. Like, we don't really have players here who are cheap. Like, even Evans valued at almost 50 million. So bringing him in would be really hard. Like, our cheapest player is Mark Travers, who's still valued at 21 to 23 million. Like, bringing a player in from Wolves would be very difficult, but I would 100% see what I could do. Right, you just hired a new physio. Very nice. We've been looking to bring in some new physios. Teddy and Anto are actually good now. I would still say Teddy's a slightly better player when it comes to his pure just performing talent. But I would also say that there are for sure players out there who are better than both of them right now, who are younger than them. But they are very, very... It's very cool to have two capable players who come through our actual youth system. All right. And then we want to rotate the players a little bit here. Where's Mikitani? There he is. I'm going to put you on the bench as well. Just because we have... aren't you very comfortable at this position training thing? Your role or duty. Why are you training as an... Oh, you're training as an advanced forward and striker. That's right. I'll train you as an inverted winger for now. Let's do this. Soboslai to Bradley. Bradley tries to go back post to Gakpo, who wins the header over Festi, which is to be expected. Festi's not a big man out there. Festi struggling to guard corners, not surprising. Florian Wirtz denied a free kick there. Rooney whips it. John Martin can't win the header, but it goes down to Moreira, who gets to the byline. Goes into Shotard, to Nawari, to Verts, to Martin. Norwich are beating Brighton. $30 in here. Very evenly matched game so far. Got another corner here. Rooney over it. Back post. Mavropoulos heads it away. Moreira knocks it down to himself. Has to skip over a tackle, but he's blowing it a penalty. Penalty awarded on the VAR check. Evan Ferguson up against Alisson Becker. Come on, Evan. Buries it. Simply into the bottom corner. '18th goal of the season. Back to Becker, to Gomez. To Mavropoulos. Back to Becker. To Mavropoulos. To McAllister. To Bencic. To McAllister. To Zobozlai. To Gomez. To Bradley. Ait Nawari takes it off of him. Ait Nawari attacks down the line. Ait Nawari pulls it back to Moreira. Goes in the verts. Goes to Shotard. To Teddy Bareface. Roils it off the crossbar. It goes out to Festi on the opposite side. Into Rooney in the middle. Big tackle. Festi's there. Teddy. Good touch. Turn to Shotard. To Verts, who gets it blocked. Some good movement there. Difficult for Liverpool to keep up with us. Verts. Alisson Becker picks it out of the air. Half time. Keep going, guys. Keep at it. They've made some big swaps there, it looks like. Tries to go to Jota, can't go to him. Tries to go to him again, and it's just being headed back and forth. Now John Martin gives away a penalty for no apparent reason. Right, Ruben. Time to make your first penalty save in a Wolves shirt in an open match. Nope. Dominic Szoboszlai buries it. That's all the changes we'll make for now. We're going to go to a replay against Liverpool. No, we're going straight to penalties. Oh my goodness. Trincao, David, Sebastian, Rooney. God, we don't have very many penalty takers on this squad when we've taken them all off. Oh fuck. I made a mistake taking off Evan. I guess Alistair, then Joris, then Ryan, then Mickey, then Santiago, then John, and then Trubin last. Well, no, Trubin doesn't need to go last. Trubin's actually a decent penalty taker, so Trubin can go 6th. Another penalty shootout versus Liverpool. Soboslai, save from Trubin. Trubin, why couldn't you have done that during the goddamn game? God damn it, Trubin. You still not made a save in a penalty game, in a penalty on a game. Trincao buries it past Becker. He made a save in the penalty shootout though, so that I suppose matters more, arguably. Cortez. Trubin can't stop him. David buries it. Diogo Jota, former Wolves man. Buries it. Szymanski, the early season purchase from Inter, buries it. We save this one. I think that's it. Alexander-Arnold is up here against Trubin. Trent Alexander-Arnold misses the penalty. Hits the post. All we need now is for Joris Chotard, Rooney, for Rooney Bargnani to make this penalty against Alisson Becker, and we will go through. Rooney buries it. Played well, lads. Well done. Would have been nice to not have to rely on penalties at the end of the day, or even penalties to score goals, but we got there in the end. We won a shootout, indeed. Who do I want for the draw in the next round? We'll take Southampton. Back soon in a call? No worries. Right, ad breaks are starting in a minute anyway. So, let's see. Wolverhampton Wanderers go through into the quarterfinal. Wins for Norwich City, West Ham, Manchester City, and Chelsea. So what we'll do here is we'll get to this Man City game. I'm then going to go grab myself some more water, because I'm feeling a bit thirsty. We picked up a new physio as well. That's 2 new physios brought in. That's our physio staff filled out. Gives us the best physio and the best sports science department in the Premier League. That's very nice. It's good to see. What's your endurance, eh? Let's go with final third. Those 13s being like 14s could help a lot. Teddy, your additional focus is your quickness. That needs to be on. Festi, your additional focus is your defensive positioning, which needs to be on. Francisco, yours is your quickness. Let's go with your off the ball, just because. David, defensive positioning is your weakest part of your game, probably. But it's still better than most people's game, so you know what? We'll just not give you any additional focuses. Alistair Johnston, I think it's the same thing for you, right? It's ball control? Yeah, you need to have ball control on. Joris Chotard, your endurance, your stamina is getting a little bit better, but let's switch over to your Quickness. The Carabao Cup quarter-final. We want to have Norwich. Ad breaks have started, so I'm just going to switch over to my Be Right Back screen. That was perfectly timed. Right, we're going to do the draw here. We want Norwich or Leeds, probably. Maybe Southampton. Okay, Southampton's gone. Wolves, oh boy. Who are we going to pull here? Anyone but Man City. Leeds. Okay, that's not terrible. Tottenham got Man City. Arsenal got... Sorry, Chelsea got Norwich. So we have... There's a possibility that City could be knocked out here by Tottenham. Possibility, anyway. Excuse me. Trincão's out for a few days. That's fine. Right, that's good enough for me. Let's move on to the City match here. This is going to be a tough one. Manchester City. Then we have Malmo after that. I think it's at a home game. He received 6 million for Champions League rights. It's away, so it's actually in Sweden. Truman Johnston, Collins, Arthur, Aitnawari, Shotard, David, Florian Wirtz, Rooney, Moreira, Ferguson. Everyone's fully fit and ready to go. Let's get this. It'll be a big match. If we win this match, I think this more or less solidifies ourselves as possibly as a contender. If I go to the Premier League, hang on one second. Ourselves, United and Newcastle are the only non-defeated teams left in the league. So there is a possibility here that we might be on for the Invincibles season. It'd be nice, but I doubt it. Here's something that's probably going to make some football fans at home a little bit. Aaron Whedon, thanks for the follow. Football fans at home a little bit annoyed at me. Let me switch the camera. Sorry about that. Moreira loses to Coop Miners, but Arthur's there. Goes back to Moreira. To Shotard to Arthur. Johnston down to Rooney. What a good pass from Johnston. Whips it into Moreira. Alfonso Moreira with the good header from the back post. Yes, so what might annoy people out there is the fact that I think the centenary season from Liverpool is more impressive than Arsenal's Invincibles. And I'm sure that there are people out there who will argue with me that no, that's wrong entirely. The Invincibles are 100% more impactful to the Premier League, and I'm like, I don't necessarily believe that, because you can arguably go invincible by drawing 38 matches in a year. You know what I mean? You can't be invincible and not also win the league, you know? Like, let me put it this way, right? If someone... Rooney just buried that. I don't know if he was onside or not, though. If a team went invincible in the next couple of years and they didn't finish top of the league, no one would care. You know? Rooney's offside. How far off was he? I mean, he was pretty far offside. Rooney to Wirtz, back to Aitnawari. To Wirtz. Comment down below on the YouTube channel, what do you guys think if you've watched this far? What do you think of my opinion that a 100-point season is more impressive than an invincible season? Rooney just put that one off the crossbar. I, however, think it's an entirely accurate debate. I think it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you know, you can go invincible and not win the Premier League, but you can't. It's very rare you score 100 points in a season and don't win the Premier League. So, Rodrigo heads it down to Ruben Diaz, who buries it. Foden. Inacio. to Anderson. Over the top to Rodrigo. To Bernardo to Foden again. Foden being chased down by two players here. Rodrigo goes to Haaland. Trubin claims it out of the air. Very good move there from Trubin to keep it out of Erling Haaland's dangerous airspace. Arthur to Aitnouri down the line to Moreira. Tries to go in the middle to David. He does get it to him though. He goes back to Collins, who pushes up. Collins out wide, down the line to Rooney. Good pass. Rooney has to pull it back to Johnston. Johnston whips it into Ferguson. Evan Ferguson gets it in past Ederson somehow from a tight angle. What a great goal from him. Man United are beating Leeds 4-0. Coop Miners to Diaby. Aitnouri with a big tackle there. Coop Miners gets it back though, down to Ruben. To Diaby. Goes to Haaland, who I think is onside here. Misses though. $75 in here. Let's make some subs. Ryan off for Maturo. Festi on. Kenichi on. Verts off just for fitness because I need him to be ready for the match against Malmo a few days from now. Same with Ferguson. Collins has picked up a yellow. Trubin to Arthur. Arthur to Szymanski to Maturo wide. Maturo attacks back to Szymanski. Good first touch pass to Moreira to Bianchi. Out to Maturo. To Moreira to Maturo to Szymanski to Moreira. Wide. Goal kick. And we are done here with a win. Well done, lads. Good win. Good win to pull that back. We are, well, ourselves, United, and Newcastle are still invincible. We got Malmo up next. Ferguson's jaded and could do with a rest, eh? Give yourself a week of rest from training. What I'll probably do is I won't play him in the Malmo match. I'll probably put Bianchi up top. Alright, Kenichi, you gotta come off. So does Mastuano. Ferguson, you're coming off. We're going to start Santiago up top. I think I switched to my narrow formation for this one. Just to give people a rest, basically. And up top we can put Lorenzo Luca. Good stuff. Alistair's there. David, you got to come off. You're tired. How much time until Connor's back? A few weeks still. Well, we'll see how he is against Malmo. But there are for sure options here. Barcelona's youth setup is the best in the world. Who's new? Atalanta's new, as is Bayern and Liverpool. Borussia Dortmund's new as well. Who's your... ooh, this guy could be interesting. They have a Welsh striker here. An Indian winger. Who looks like he could actually be pretty good. Who else did we see there? Who's new? Bayern. See if there's anyone here who's worth kind of taking a look at. They have a Kazakhstani midfielder, an attacking mid, who actually looks pretty good. And Dortmund's there as well. With Michael Eberle? Let's say Eberle. As a winger on the right. Do you have any particularly interesting nationalities there? You have an Ecuadorian. Rooney Ramirez. He spawned at Borussia Dortmund. That's pretty cool. No real potential though, but it is cool to see him there. Nobody else there who's new or interesting? No, not really. And getting players from Barcelona and places like that is always difficult. Largely because they're almost always way too expensive. Though you can sometimes get lucky with a good release clause, but it's not too common. There's the FA Cup. Anyone there who we... Oh, York. I think there's... We had a player loaned at York last year. They have a 19-year-old Colombian who can play right wing back and center attacking mid. And they have Ryan Schofield at net, who's actually a pretty good keeper, at least at this level. Luis Fernandez. They have a 19-year-old Cameroonian. Interesting stuff there. Right, we got Malmo in the Champions League next. They are third in the Swedish top division. David, you can go in there. Ryan's a bit tired, so I'm going to start Elaine there. No, actually, no, I'm going to start Mickey Van de Ven there. Just because I can. Florian's a bit tired as well, but we're going to need our best creative force in the midfield. Nobody there of any real note. Martin's picked up a bruised thigh. He's out for a few days, meaning he can no longer play in this match. I'm going to start there instead. I guess it's going to be Arthur. Yeah, that works. Kidderminster just smashed Morecambe in the FA Cup. Good for them. Get themselves a little bit more money. Now they have Eastleigh. They're second in the Vanarama National. We didn't loan anyone to Kidderminster this year. Which is kind of annoying because I wanted to loan people to them, but they wouldn't go. So you can Arian Holden her back. Should be starting more games. He's going to be accepting being an Impact sub from now on. Very happy with that. That means that we'll have less issues about playing time in the future. We got Malmo. Nobody who I recognize on their squad, which is to be expected. Excuse me. That's fine. Get on this and we'll have it a great time. Let's do it. Right, we do need to win against Malmo here to... Essentially, losing against Malmo is not an option. We cannot lose against this team. A draw even is considered like bad performance for us. Corner kick for them. Arthur heads it away. Verts heads it further. David chases it down. Agudo to Chalus to Zagre. Zagre attacks down the left-hand side here. Flips it in. Missed, but doesn't really matter. Jurgensen pulls it into the middle. Taha Ali has scored. No one was offside there. Some bad goalkeeping from Trubin on that one. Free kick. Verts over it. He goes to David, who shoots. Goes over the crossbar. Another corner for Verts. Back post. Palanziri collects it out of the air. Boots it up towards Jorgensen, but Arthur chests it down. Good control. Out wide to Van de Ven. Van de Ven boots past his guards there. His defenders. Teddy in the middle to Verts. Blocked. Another corner here from Verts. Lorenzo Luca back post. Can't get to it. David's there for the loose ball. He turns. Goes back to Chotard. To Gabriel. To Arthur. To Van de Ven. Gets past his defender. Goes low and hard. It deflects into the net. Machi Solis' own goal apparently. Not sure on that one, but I'll take it. I'm expecting to see us score a second goal here. Got nothing all game so far. Oh, we got a dangerous free kick here. It's Szymanski over it. It's possible this could save us. Szymanski. Nope, over the crossbar. That it? Really? Oh, we got another highlight here. Szymanski heads it away. Festi's there with his speed. Festi goes to Trincao. Big tackle there. Trincao's down and hurt. Pass to Ferguson. Ferguson's offside. I don't even know why we made that pass, to be honest with you, Festi. That was a terrible decision. Nawari attacks to Trincao. Trincao out wide to Festi. Gets past his defenders. Whips it in low and hard. Ferguson saves. Ferguson manages to get to it, but it's a save from their keeper. Szymanski. I just need someone to get their head to this so they score. I need anyone to do this. Cornelius heads it away. It goes to Bianchi. Awful game. That was our easiest Champions League group stage match, and we blown it. Okay, that's our lineup sorted for this match against Newcastle. We win this match, we end their undefeated run. At which point we become one of the two teams left in the league who are undefeated. Really annoyed about that Malmo loss. Well, it might as well have been a loss. We only managed to score because of a big deflection apparently on an own goal, so can't believe that. Alright, we got this Newcastle game, then we have international break. Right. Chattard's pulled his ankle ligaments. He's out for 2 weeks, which means he won't be going to France, I don't think. I think he was called up for France. Okay, he wasn't even on the bench for me in this match, but that's fine. We had an expectation that he would need a rest anyway. Evan has 19 goals. 8 in the Prem and 9 appearances. Fair enough. An American keeper. Why not? We received 7.7 million because he's played 50 league games for Al Hilal. That I think max out the deal for him. I think I could be wrong. Didn't really want to lose Lazar. He would have been nice to have around. Yes, that maxed out the deal that we had for him. He's now made 50 appearances in the Saudi Arabian League. He had a 9.1 rating in the one game he played with us in his second year, and then immediately left to Al Hilal. Right. Big match here, 1 versus 2. Tottenham, Southampton are later. Have Man United lost yet? No, Man United have not lost yet. They're 6-4. We're 8-2. Newcastle are 9-2. We'd go to 9-2 and tie with them on points if we won this match. Okay, let's do this. Walker Peters to Satulo to Dencic to Botman to Bruno to Darwin to João Reguilon to Darwin, shoots wide. Trubin to Gabriel to Ait Nawari. Down the line to Moreira to Ferguson. Ferguson loses it to Bruno. Walker-Peters. Wide. Johnston intercepts it. Bruno, big tackle there. Johnston gets another big tackle. Dentic there heads it down. Collins intercepts. Johnston to David. To Rooney out wide. Good first touch. Passes defender. Rooney in the middle to David. Good pass to Moreira. Misses. Johnston with a throw in. Ooh. Ferguson can't get past members of Shkreli there because of the bad positioning that he's forced into with the cross. My entire front three have played poorly this half. We'll see if they can pull it back here. If they can't, we'll have to make some subs. Arda, big block there. Out to Darwin. Goes back to Botman, to Decic, out wide. Decic has to go back to Botman, to Bruno, to Sassuolo. To Arda Güler. To Botman, to Bruno. Over the top to Darwin. Ooh, he just got sent off from that tackle. That he did. That he did. That's not good. Nikitani, you're dropping back into this, and then you're coming off for Arthur. Moreira, you pull back. Bargnani, you pull back. Well, that's not good. Murillo. De Bruno. To Sutualo. To Arribas. Arribas is in behind here. Yep. Sergio Arribas scores. Should I have taken Gabriel Moscardo off earlier? Probably. Did I? Nope. Right, let's take players off. Ferguson off for Luca. Bargnani off for Trincao. Moreira off for Szymanski. David off for Bareface. Florian Wirtz, Szymanski, Daddy Bareface to Wirtz. Wirtz in behind, shoot, scores. It's not going to count though, he's offside. There goes our invincible run. Trincao. Oh, does it count though? It does. Maybe not. Not bad. You were unlucky today, guys. We managed to pull back a draw on that one. Honestly, that's a match where a draw isn't bad, given that it could have gone a lot worse. We could have lost that match quite heavily after the sending off early, but came out okay in the end. We hold the draw against Newcastle. One match ban. Ferguson needs a rest. Give him a full 2 weeks. If it wasn't for Trincao scoring there, we would have 100% been in a bad position. But it went okay. Welcome back, Red. We've just got back to our first international break of the season. Excuse me. We have not really done very well in the last few games. We beat Man City, which is a big game to beat. But we drew against Malmo 1-1 and drew against Newcastle 1-1. We were down to 10 men against Newcastle, so the 1-1 draw against them is still pretty good. So we were quite close on that one. But hey, it could have been a lot worse. We could have ended up in a situation where we lost that game by multiple goals. We didn't, though, so I'm pretty happy with that. And Man United have just beaten Norwich. I think that'll put them back into contention, top of the Premier League. Yep. So it's Newcastle in first, with us in second, and United in third. All top 3 teams in that league you see right there are invincible. None of us have lost yet. At least not in the Premier League. I've lost in the Super Cup. Decent result for 10 men. Absolutely. Molyneux has had its expansion completed. We've now got 39,000 seats. Top 50 best players in the world. We have one of them, probably Florian Wirtz. We don't have one of the top 10. Ferguson's top 20. He's 18. Wirtz is 27. Yeah, we have Ferguson and Wirtz as the top players in the league, top players in the world, number 18 and number 27. Also, kind of cool to see an Irishman top 20 in the world. Too nice, indeed, indeed. I didn't see any regens in there, did I? No, they're all still real players in the top 50. So, pretty alright, all in all. Guardiola's been sacked by Tottenham. Wonder where he'll end up. Surprised certain people aren't at their international teams. Maybe they're not playing this week or whatever. Very good. Ferguson scored 2 goals for Ireland, 42 caps and 41 goals. He is 23 and he is already closing in on the Irish national team scoring record, which I think is 55 goals. Where is it? Records? There it is. 68. 68 goals. Most overall goals by a player in the season does go to Evan Ferguson with his 15 that he had in his first season with us. Kelleher has the most clean sheets. Highest average rating is 8.08 by Evan Ferguson in 9 appearances. Worst of discipline is Nathan Collins. Oh boy. Seamus Coleman's the oldest player. Most cap player is Robbie Keane with 146 caps. Ferguson's looking like he'll be meeting that cap goal if he keeps going at it, basically. Oldest goal scorer is Bill Lacey. Youngest is Johnny Giles versus Sweden. Competitions. What about our world rankings? We have gone up from, in and around 50 up to 39. Basically, probably because of the fact that Nathan and Ferguson have played so well together. Aït-Nouri had an assist in the 16-goal thrubbing. Collins played well. He had 2 goals as well for Ireland. He has now got 9 goals and 53 apps as a centre-back. Festi played well. David played well for Italy. Sebastian Szymanski played well for Poland, and so did Teddy Bareface. Teddy played really well for Wales. Like Gareth Bale did for Wales, yeah. Gareth Bale basically, is the reason why Wales is considered a... well, at the time when Gareth Bale played for Wales, it's one of the few reasons why Wales did well, because they had Gareth Bale. Except I would argue, and I might very well be wrong with this argument in the future, but all signs point to Evan Ferguson being better than any Irish player that's ever existed, and arguably Better than Gareth Bale. Maybe not in the long run, but maybe better right now. Could be talking on my ass on that one. Could be entirely wrong in the future, but you know, you can 100% clip this and be like, hey, Mikey, you were wrong in 10 years' time when Evan hasn't played a single cap for, you know, we've not played in like the European qualifying or anything like that, and Evan's just been rotting away in the senior team. I mean, to answer the question, Red, that's the hope. The hope is that Evan is the best Irish player to come out of like any academy ever. He grew up in Ireland, played for an Irish youth team. I mean, listen, there's real life is very, very different than Football Manager. For all we know in real life, Evan could play 200 caps for Ireland, could be the best player in the world even. He could be as good as Erling Haaland. He could be as good as Erling Haaland is right now. And we could end up in a situation where we're like, oh man, it's such a waste that he's not playing, that he only has, himself and Nathan Collins and Cameron Keller in net and nobody else to play with him, Because I don't even think Wales had like a good player in net, right? I don't even know who the Welsh national team goalkeeper was when Gareth Bale was around. Like, there are certain teams out there who will just never have, incredible depth. Very difficult to play in every position. The way I view it, right, is it's not like Sweden, because Sweden actually has some sorry, it's not like Norway. Norway with Erling Haaland have guys like Martin Odegaard, Christopher Ayer. They have a couple of goalkeepers who are good rotationally, but they don't have like incredible depth. They have a good starting lineup with Erling Haaland, with Martin Odegaard, with Christopher Ayer, with Vestergaard, with Damsgaard. Lots of guards apparently. But then how long is that team going to stay together? Will Erling Haaland be able to take Norway to a World Cup? Who knows? You know what I mean? Okay, so the ad break's starting now. I am going to go make myself a coffee. And I'll be right back. Apologies that took so long, folks. I needed to... actually, I got a phone call there. I needed to set some stuff up for dinner. So, apologies. We're right back at it. We have Bournemouth and then Nice. Bournemouth, we'd hope to win with a rotated squad so we can play a full strength starting 11 against Nice. Who are they recommending? Yuki Suganara. Okay. Probably because Evan needs a rest for sure. Yeah, Evan needs a rest for sure. Rooney's in need of the time off. Gabriel's suspended. So we'll start Mickey Van de Ven. We'll put Joris on the bench. Actually, we'll put John Martin on the bench. Right. Let's do this. Paul Heckingbottom takes Blackburn job. Arthur's injured with a tight calf. It's fine if we need to. We'll put Jean Martin in. Oh, by the way, I should probably have said this at the top of the stream, but I know that I have a stream scheduled for tomorrow. I spent a lot of time yesterday preparing for that stream tomorrow, because it's a new game. I've set up a bunch of stuff. I've gotten some mods downloaded. I unfortunately will not be able to stream tomorrow because I have a few things I need to get done. In real life, I have a few things that are necessary that I can't miss, so I have to go deal with that. Next week, however, I will be able to stream Wednesday. So what I'm thinking is that either I start streaming on a Saturday or I stream on a Saturday as well. Saturday streams would probably be different things. So, like, for example, what I might do is I'll have 2 days for one game, 2 days for another game, and then 2 days for a third game. So, for example, 2 days of FM streaming, 2 days of Mass Effect streaming, 2 days of Persona streaming. Once I finish Persona 5, because I don't want to start Persona 3 before I finish Persona 5. That might be my goal for this weekend, is finish Persona 5, to be honest. Essentially. So that's what I'm thinking. Either I should either add another day of streaming or do something else, because I think it's just because of the fact that I had a particularly busy time this part of the year. Who is this guy? Pat Maxwell. Random youth team player from Bournemouth, I guess? Yeah, Bournemouth youth player. Cool enough. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I do 6 days of streaming instead of 5. I stream 2 days a week for every game that I'm playing. That sort of thing. Oh wow. Florian Wirtz has scored in the first 17 seconds of this game. Sounds good. Just don't burn yourself out. That's why I'm playing multiple games. I wouldn't want to try doing that when I'm only playing like Football Manager. Like, I've played 5 days of Football Manager basically every week for the last couple of weeks, and I'm starting to get to the point now where I'm getting sick of it. I'm getting annoyed at it all the time, and I'm like, oh man, I'd really want to play something else instead. So I think moving to a 2-day per game schedule would not be a bad idea. However, what I might do, instead of playing Persona 3 for now, and maybe I'll play Since I'm already putting up a stream of a very long single player series with Mass Effect, what I might do instead of playing Persona is play something like CK3 or EU4. You know, a strategy game basically. Play like an actual strategy game in there instead. Sugawara shoots. Ooh, that definitely deflects in. I think that would be a good idea. Swap that in. Oh, close. Oh, Bonacci, he manages to bury that off a big deflection. Santiago Bonacci. Good plan, one spreadsheet, one grand strategy, one RPG. Yeah, basically spread it out and have multiple options for streams. I probably won't do as well numbers-wise because I'm be playing different games and not everyone who's followed me in the last 4 or 5 weeks is going to want to watch me play other games, but I will do it. Ooh, big tackle there. It's looking like another goal here, probably for Ferguson, I think. No, he's not on. Who is it? Trincao? No penalty, though. But I think Trincao is the one currently taking these penalties. Sorry, I just got to respond to a message. Collins with a good header down to Downs. Jaden's there, though. To Downs. Simeone to Jaden. Jaden tries to go into the middle, but Collins intercepts to Mikitani, to David. David goes over the top to Trincao. Great pass to Trincao. Trincao gets to the byline, tries to cut it in, but Sensei intercepts. Out Nawari heads it down to David. Mikitani back to David, to Trincao, to Sugawara, who's in behind. Bianacci, Santiago Bianacci with his second goal. Sugawara down the byline. Goes back post. Ballard heads it away, but Aiden Nawari's there. Aiden Nawari to Moreira into the middle. Bianacci gets deflected. Trincao's there to Sugawara. Tries to go into the middle, but can't get to anybody. Happy with all the shots on target so far, guys. Keep it up. Probably take Collins off here at the 55th, 56th minute. Just to rotate him, because he will need to play in the next match. Wirtz. Florian's in behind here. Shoots and puts it in at a very tight angle there. Florian Wirtz showing that he's a goal-scoring threat. Trincao, back post. Van de Ven heads it down to Sugawara. Goes across to Moreira, to Trincao, to Moreira. Rattles it off the crossbar. Sugawara to Van de Ven. Van de Ven tries to go to Wirtz. Big tackle there. Maxwell knocks it away. We are 60 minutes in here. I'm going to make subs for fitness. We're going to take off Nathan Collins because he's going to be playing in the next game. We're going to bring him off for John Martin. Ale Matoro on for Ryan Ait-Newari. Sebastian on for Florian Wirtz. The split of Florian is something. Florian is incredibly fast for. Well, he's not actually very fast. He's just got. He's super agile. So he's super quick at like changing direction. Is his big thing. He leverages that really, really well with his dribbling and first touch. So Florian's big deal is he can be moving in one direction and immediately go to a different direction and not lose control of the ball. That's his big deal. That's what makes him so dangerous. At least in my mind. So Florian doesn't have the speed of like a Festi. Festi Ebizeli has like 19 acceleration, 18 pace. But Festi isn't as agile. But that's what makes him so capable of moving and switching up directions really quickly. Which makes him so dangerous all the time. Moreira. Back post. Butland claims it. $75 minutes in here. We've made all of our subs already. That's fine. We'll let the guys play. Ooh, Szymanski nearly gets himself a dirty free kick. But Trincao with the volley there from Szymanski. 5 goals from 3 different scorers now in this Bournemouth game. This is what we really needed to help our XG. To help our our goal difference in the Premier League. Just wanted to check a look at that guy because he was a youth player and I wanted to see if he was actually any good or not. Downs is checking in on. Is that their? Oh, that's one of their midfielders. I thought it was their goalkeeper for a second, but no, we're in front of Butland here. Szymanski, who headed over the bar by Martin. But there's a penalty been called, apparently. Who do I want to take this? Because it's going to default, basically, to... Oh, Florian's off, so it will be Trincao who takes this. That's fine. Trincao can get himself... No, it'll be Santiago, won't it? Or Santiago's still on? No, it'll be Trincao. Trincao will take this. Buries it. 6 goals. 2 goals from 3 different scorers. Florian Santiago and Francisco Trincao. All 3 have scored a brace today. Very nice stuff. Solid all-around game. It's a good win for us. It'll help our goal difference. But as comprehensive as it gets, guys. Well done. Any big... Oh, Southampton smashed City. That's very good for us. That means that we are now... We're technically top of the Premier League on goal difference with Newcastle, because Newcastle didn't play? Newcastle didn't play. But I still think it's a tie of invincibles at the top of the league table, which is pretty crazy. Trincao with 2 goals and an assist. He's playing exceptionally well for us. Really glad that I brought Francisco Trincao in. He had 9 goals last year for us, 16 total across all comps. This year he already has 8 assists and 5 goals. He's already had twice the amount of assists this year as he did last year, which is cool to see. He's performing really well for us. The fact that we had him on loan a couple of years ago is pretty crazy as well. Then he went to Sporting and now we brought him back. So yes, it's looking like we might end up in a situation where at the end of the year we'll go, yeah, we're on the way out of this club to find a new job. He's had 3 goals and 2 assists in his last 5 games. Wow. Jesus Christ. If I left this club, I wonder how quickly people would come in and like pick the corpse apart. Chotard's back from his training. Like, if I left this club tomorrow, how long would it take for like other teams to come in and be like, we want Trincao, we want Ferguson, we want Trubin, we want Collins, we want Van de Ven, we want Aït-Nouri, we want David, we definitely want Florian. Like, it took me a while to get to Florian on that list, even though Florian is arguably the best player on our squad. Alfonso Moreira, especially Alfonso Moreira. You know? Kanechi's not eligible, neither are you. So Joris, you can go in the defensive mid position. Yeah, that's right. You're specially assigned to be an inside forward up this side. Well, actually, no, you shouldn't be, really. You should be an inverted winger. We might have Conor Gallagher and Vesti back for this match against Nice. There we go. That sorts out the problem. We have 50 some odd reports to look through here. Let's see if any of them are any good. This guy could be okay. He's 16 though. Ooh. Argentinian winger, huh? Looking to see if there's anyone here who has any potential at all. None that we can really see. Right, that's all of our scouting reports done. We got Nice, West Ham, Chelsea, Southampton. Mateus Cunha singing Trincão's player. Jude Bellingham World Player of the Year awards. This is the Ballon d'Or. And as we can see, Erling Haaland has won it every year now. With Martin Odegaard, Bukayo Saka, Kylian Mbappe, Jude Bellingham, Vinicius Jr., Mohamed Salah, and Kylian Mbappe and Yamal Musiala. Actually, pretty damn good, all in all. It looks like Erling Haaland has won. He's won 4. Won 4 in a row. Cristiano Ronaldo's still playing. No, he's a coach now. He's unemployed. He's an unemployed manager, apparently. Has a National B license. Anyone else? Xavi's there for 2010. Kaká's there. Who's 45 now and playing as a manager somewhere. There's Zinedine Zidane. Jean-Pierre Papin. Yeah. I think Jude Bellingham probably deserves a win. At least one win. We had Lionel Messi. Robert Lewandowski won it back-to-back. Which is pretty cool to see. Because I do think Robert Lewandowski is arguably the best player. The longest performing best player in the world. If you take a look at his he scored 465 goals and 634 appearances for everybody. He scored nearly 100 goals in 133 appearances for Barcelona in less than 4 years, which is crazy. Has nearly a goal a appearance for Bayern, which is wild. Bianacci's improving. Very good. Nice is up now. We gotta smash this team so we can make sure that we win here. Wirtz, Trincão, and Sugawara have been named to Team of the Week. Gallagher's back. They have Kasper Dahlberg up top. This guy used to be a bit of a star over in Ajax. Went to Nice and has been at Nice for a very long time. There's Jean-Claire Thibaut. Very, very good player. We just start Ferguson up top. We will put Gallagher on the bench. How fit is he? 45 minutes? If needs must, but it's likely we won't be playing him. It's likely Teddy Bareface will come on before he will, but we want him on the bench in case someone gets hurt. Favorites here wants to play like it. Let's do this. A big win against Nice here would be required. Kick off. Dahlberg misses a header, goes straight to Van de Ven. Goes back to Trubin. Up the line to Rooney. Rooney has to go back to Collins. To Schuttard. To Wirtz. Good pass. Over the top to David. David's in behind. David has scored. Very nice. Very good. Fantastic goal. David out wide to Johnston. Headed down. Johnston picks it up to Rooney. Rooney in the middle of the Florian Wirtz. Steps into it. Florian Wirtz put it in. Low and hard. Very nice. Don't think that's going to count. Ooh, bit offside there, yeah, for sure. Two 0 up. Would be nice to see Ferguson score here, though, just to kind of fix my jitters about him. Bard shoots, misses. Damn it. Headed back out. Trincao has it. Trincao to Van de Ven. Big tackle. That's lost its possession. To Holm. Holm down the line. Ferguson shoots and scores. Counts this time. Very good. That's what we like to see. Dahlberg rails it off the crossbar. Ignore, he heads it away. End of the first half. 3-1 up. Don't let the performance levels drop, boys. Keep at it. Ooh, bad stuff there from the team. Booted up. Dahlberg can't win the header over Collins, but Ferguson can't get to the second ball. Holm out wide, goes to Dahlberg. Dahlberg misses the header. Not happy with the team today, guys. That's just not good enough. We've let in 2 goals on easy chances. Sure, we've scored 3, but I would prefer not to let in any more goals. So, listen, Collins, you've not played well. You got to come off for Arthur. Ryan's tired. We'll bring on Elaine. Switch him to wing back on defend. Shotard off for Moscardo. And Davidoff for Bareface. Verts off for Szymanski? No. Rooney off for Afonso Moreira. We'll switch these 2 around. Johnston to Teddy. Teddy gets past his defender. Teddy in the middle to Ferguson. Back to Johnston. Johnston to Teddy. Teddy in the middle to Gabriel. To Verts. To Moreira. Moreira back to Gabriel to Teddy. Teddy gets past his defender. Teddy Bareface shoots and scores. Teddy Bareface with another goal. Good on big Teddy Bareface. Doing a great job there. Verts. Back post. Van de Ven can't get to it. Ball goes out wide to Ostiarano. Goes up the line to Diop. Woohoo! Crosses it to Dahlberg on the opposite side. Into Yusufson. Wide. He's also offside. Trincao loses the ball to Bard. To Piazzano. To Yusufin. Arthur heads it down to Teddy. Into Gabriel to Verts. Verts out wide to Johnston. Johnston attacks down the byline. Doing well. To Trincao. To Ferguson in the middle. To Teddy Bareface. To Florian. Florian shoots and scores. Florian after the assist from Teddy Bareface. That's his 2nd goal. Yes, it is. Teddy Bareface with a goal and an assist today. Well done, lads. We won 5-2 in the end. Teddy's having a cracking game. Indeed he is. So that puts us in 6th with decent goal difference. I don't necessarily know if we'll be able to finish higher than like 5th in the league, but that's fine. Ferguson could do with the rest. You know what, Ferguson? You take a full week off. Take a full 2 weeks off. Because you're playing so many games for Ireland. You've played so many games for us. So what we're going to do is basically knock you off entirely. Santiago's been able to score when we needed him to. Pick off Francisco Trincao for Alfonso Moreira. Rooney off for Anto. Then we also want you to cross some byline. Yeah. And to sit wider. Ryan off for Elaine, just to rotate him on. Nicky off for Arthur. Jean Martin on for Nathan. Up against West Ham next. West Ham are decidedly lower down the table than we are, so a good rotationary match, I believe, here. We'll start Gallagher as well. And where is Kenichi? There is Kenichi. We'll put you on the bench over David, just to give David a full rest for a day. You bring on Teddy Bareface, and it looks like good things happen. Right, next up is West Ham. Teams have already granted themselves positions in the playoff. Nikitani's improving still. That's nice to see. His passing and marking has gotten better for sure. His stamina's improved. His balance has improved. I think his speed has improved a bit as well. Ferguson needs a rest, so we're rotating him out. Bareface has picked up a tight calf. That's fine. That's fine. We're starting Gallagher in this match anyway. But he also looks good. We will put Lorenzo Luca on the bench over him, though, just for this match. Mastuano on for Rooney. We won't start Riddell in this game. We might start him next time. Liu Shatar's loan's being extended. Good. West Ham are in 12th. A win against West Ham, yeah. Yeah, let's give that a go. Home form is important to us. Go out there and smash it. Ooh, big tackle for Moreira. That's a bit dangerous, but okay, Moreira. You pop off, son. Moreira, byline. Moreira, still controlling it. Shoots. Can't get it in. Goes to Gallagher. Sugawara tries to find Holden. Can't. Sugawara out wide. The Holden goes across to Moreira. Eric Holden with a good assist there. Great stuff. That's what we like to see. Holden. Sugawara passes to Martin, who goes to Shotard. Shotard to Szymanski. Out wide to Moreira. Moreira cuts inside and shoots and buries it past Areola again. Jaguar to Holden. Szymanski buries it. Big deflection there, but it still goes in. Big goal there. Maturo with the throw in to Moreira. Moreira to Szymanski. Szymanski turns low and hard to Moreira. Ooh, tries to chip it in over the keeper. Bit of a heat check there from them. Oh, Gallagher with a big goal there as well. Wow. Looks like we've decided that today is the day we're not taking any prisoners. You know what? I'm happy with that. Let's make a few subs for fitness here. Actually, we don't really need to make any at the moment. All these guys are rotationary players. We're fine. We'll leave it as is. Goal difference day. Indeed, it's a goal difference day. Moreira coming off? Yeah, that makes sense. We'll take him off because he's the only starting player we actually have here, I think. We'll throw Bianchi on. Gallagher will take off just because he needs the rest more than anything else. Moscardo can come on for Arthur. Arthur's our only other starting player. I think... Well, Joris is there, but Joris has like incredible stamina and good natural fitness, so he should be fine. We'll bring Lorenzo on for the last few minutes for Evan, who has not really had much of a game to talk about. Szymanski. Ooh, almost. Good stuff there. Well done, lads. Good win. Eric Holden played well in this game as well. That's good to see. We are 3 points ahead of Newcastle. Did Newcastle just lose? I don't see a result on the left there with them. Have they not played? Moreira with his 2 goals. No, we've both played the same amount of games. Who did they lose to? Chelsea. They lost 4-0 to Chelsea. All of a sudden, the only 2 teams left in this league who are invincible, and it is us and it is Man United. How's it going? Hey QG, how you doing? I'm not too bad. Not too bad at all. We've had a bit of a strange stretch of form, I guess. We drew a couple of games there that we shouldn't have, and now we're hammering teams. We drew to Malmo, who are in the Swedish league, and we also drew to Tottenham, who we probably should have beaten. But the only match there that I'm like, we pulled a draw back from the jaws of defeat is the match here against Newcastle, who we drew against after having a player sent off. We're doing pretty okay. I'm doing pretty well, all things considered. We've got excellent club atmosphere. We've got excellent managerial support. All in all, stuff is going well. And we got our ads break about to start as well. You're not good. Your old letting agent is giving you hell. Your leftist stance of free guillotine visits for all landlord is really starting to come through. Yeah, yeah. I get that feeling. I get that feeling. Why are they giving you hell? Is it because you, like, they're annoyed at you over something? Or is it just them being bastards? Because both are equally applicable. Slapped with ads as soon as you said ad break's about to start. That's right, VIPs have to watch ads. I forget about that. Let me just stick it in the chat here. Are the letting agents being bastards? Or are they annoyed over something? Ad breaks end in 1:30. Tottenham beat Arsenal. Very nice. Yeah, so anyone watching this on YouTube, please do me a favor, hit that like button, comment, subscribe, have a great time. The YouTube videos have been doing pretty well. It's been pretty nice to see. If you have an idea about what I should do in this save, because obviously I had the discussion earlier about me going to that this doesn't, you know, it doesn't have this could become a journeyman save after a few years. It's up to you though. Trincao needs some more playing time. That's fine. We'll play him there for the minute. Welcome back. So yeah, our QG are the maybe a national coach. I mean, I wanted to do the Irish national coaching, but Ralph Rangnick's already there. So, Jack QG is it because your landlord being a bastard, or is he actually? No, but you're not your landlord. You're what did you say? Your letting agent, your old letting agent. Are they just being really annoying because they are annoyed you're no longer getting your money, or is there something else going on? North Korea have the youngest squad of the East Asian Cup. Don't ask me how we get scouts into North Korea. Just don't ask about it. Oh, this is a goalkeeper who was at Blackburn. He was at Blackpool for 2 years. Now he's in the National 2C apparently in France. That's crazy. If you've been watching the stream for a while, you might have seen me go up against this guy in one of the cup competitions. I think it was. Or scouting reports of North Korea. Yeah, don't ask. Just don't ask. But if you guys remember this guy, Ri Chol Sung, he was a keeper who, for some reason, ended up at Blackburn, sorry, after being released on a free, and we went up against him in the Caribou Cup, I think it was 2 years ago. I think. And we put like 6 goals past him. It wasn't good. Alright, the FA Cup third round. We're playing Blackpool. That's ironic. Oh, wow. I hit the wrong button there. I was hoping to hit the watch draw button, but we have got ourselves Blackpool at home. So that's incredibly ironic. Another game, another day playing Blackpool. There he is. Ri Chol Sung. This is going to be an awful kit matchup. I imagine what the game will do is it will give us our alternate jerseys and give them their away jerseys. It usually does that. It's pretty smart about that kind of thing. So yeah, QG, if you're still there, feel free to answer the question on if your landlord's just if your ex letterer is being an asshole, or if there's something else going on there. Well, to be fair, they're a letting agent. They probably are just being an asshole, but, you know, I have to ask the question, right? Basically, I asked if I can pay off the outstanding rent up front to be rid of the old place, but they insist I can't do that because I also have to be liable for the bills and taxes. So basically, because I don't want to pay the council tax and utilities. So, despite being near perfect tenants for 4 years, they're refusing to give you too much break. Well, that sounds like letting agents, to be fair. Yeah, that sounds like they're just being complete assholes. Like, I don't really think there's much of an argument there on whether or not they're being assholes. They are just being assholes. Like, you've been great tenants for basically 4 years. And now you're like, hey, can I just pay off the due rent so I can fuck off? And they're like, no, pay the council tax and pay the utility bills for the next 2 months. I mean, Jesus Christ. One of the few things that I'm glad, right, about not being in a rented situation is that I don't have to deal with that sort of shit. Like, man, I would be so annoyed if I left and they were like, yeah, we want you to pay up a bunch of stuff. And I'm like, nope, not doing it. I'd be in so many different, so many different civil suits if that was for me. If that was me, to be honest, I'd be awful at it. Well, that doesn't make any sense. There won't be any utilities as there's no humans or cats there, and if the building is empty, the owner is automatically liable. See, this is why you should listen to Red. Red's a very intelligent person. Johnston with the good interception there. That and you're a serial renter. Yeah, that's true. Later respond because I called her assholeness on the email saying I know that legally you don't have to say yes, but fuck me, what a dick move. And then she called you to explain it, and you basically said, "Do you understand it? I don't need explained. You're just disappointed." Yeah, that's fair. You're not angry. You're just disappointed. Oh, Mikitani almost scored there. No, that's what you say instead then. Listen, I don't need you to explain it to me. I'm angry and disappointed. You know? Utility cost, but council tax still exists. Yeah, there he is, Red. Angry and disappointed indeed. That's what poor QG is right now with the situation. Man United are beating Tottenham. Ooh, Nawari goes back post, but Badiashile's there. Johnston heads it down to Rooney, makes a good first touch. Hermanson gets his fingertips to it. Keeps it out. I mean, I'd probably be more annoyed at the fact that, like, immediately after you sent that email, your old letting agency was like, we'll call him and explain this to him, when you quite obviously know what the situation is. Oh, fuck. Ben Chilwell has just scored on us. You quite obviously know what the situation is. You know that the reason why they're doing this is not because they have is because they don't want to have the money for the council tax be on their bill, basically. And that's the only reason they're not doing it. If there wasn't a council tax in this situation, they probably would have let you go. They'd be like, "Oh yeah, you get the fuck out of here. We can bring in somebody new who can like pay rent and keep us in income." The lack of human element is what's aggravating. Ah, you see, QG, that's your problem. Landlords aren't human. This is why 3 months notice for rental is bullshit and London bullshit at that. Like, I don't know what the situation here is in Ireland legally for that sort of stuff because I don't rent. I've talked to friends about it and they're like, yeah, it's fucking hell renting. Because there's not great tenancy laws in Ireland for renters. Or the tenancy laws that do exist are quite weak. So a lot of the time you end up in a situation where you have to basically fight it yourself and hope that at some point someone says, yeah, we don't really care anymore. London, it's impossible to get a property that's been on the market for 3 months because most properties get taken within 2 weeks, but you have to give 3 months notice, so you have to give notice and hope you get a place. That seems like a nightmare. Like, I could imagine being like, oh yeah, we need to... Part of the reason you don't live down south, yep. I can understand why if you don't need to live in London, why you just wouldn't. You know what I mean? I can 100% see someone going, you know what, I don't need to live in London anymore. I'm not paying the shit. Just not worth it, you know? You own your own place, you don't want to move for at least 5 years, maybe longer. I mean, listen, if I moved into somewhere, I would be like, yeah, I'm never moving again. So we've lost our invincible run. We lost 1-0 to Chelsea off of a very shitty fucking performance from our team, which is going to happen, unfortunately. So that puts us probably back into second in the Premier League. No, we're still first because Man United are haven't won as many matches as us. We have 3 points ahead of Newcastle and 2 points ahead of United, and we were halfway through the season with that match. Also, to be fair, QG, in the industry, you and I try to get work in. Well, in your case, you get work, and in my case, I try to get work in. We should be able to work and live basically anywhere in the world and do our job. Also, I just noticed that we have 100 million in debt. 100 million in the negative. Jesus Christ. Bianacci's one player, young player of the month. Very nice. Smart for his room for you both and multiple animals, and once this nonsense is over, it'll be lovely. How we had so much money before? You forget, Red. We never ended up out of debt at the start of the season. So like the way that we make money now is if we wanted to get heavily out of that debt right now, what I would do is I would sell players like Kenichi Mikitani, like Teddy Bearface, like Evan, like Anto, like Mikael, and like Eric. Those players I would sell for a profit, and that would allow us to basically recoup our expended money, because we spent 130 million on Florian Wirtz. So like, you know, money is one of those things that this team doesn't really have. So, for example, we could sell Rooney for 100 million and that would cover all of our debts. But there's a player who we play a lot, gone out of the squad, who is also a homegrown club player. You have to remember he's a homegrown club player now because he's been at Wolves since he was 18. He was also born in Kuwait. Didn't realize that. Grew up in Sweden, though. He speaks a bunch of different languages. Jaga FM Club, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Speaks Arabic, English, Swedish, Danish, and Norwegian fluently. That's crazy. He's also Swedish nationality. He's got 14 caps for Sweden and 3 goals, which is pretty cool. This is why I stopped enjoying football. The money element is aggravating. Listen, I had to spend money to bring in good players, right? I had to spend the 90 million to bring in Ferguson. I had to spend 130 million to bring in Wirtz. And because I did that, we won the Premier League. And we won the Europa League. And we won the FA Cup. And we won the Carabao Cup. What's likely going to happen at this point is, like, certain players are just going to have to go. Because I don't have the money to keep them around. Like, for example, if we had sold... Kalinski here for like 50 million, we would be half as in debt as we are right now. That's just how a lot of these clubs work, though. Very few of these clubs at the top of the Premier League, at the top of any league in the world, are actually making a bunch of money every year. A lot of the time, they're in debt until they sell players, or they until they, you know, sell a player, bring in a player, and then sold them for a profit, that sort of thing. Like in the case of us, we brought in Morten Hjulmand and then shipped him out for 62 million. But then we brought in Shottard for more than 62 million. So we lost money on it. Bazelli out for 30 million could for sure help with that. Ooh. Evan Ferguson can now break the offside trap. Very nice. Let's see if we can give him another trait. Enjoy a pay cap, but it won't work unless every country signs up to it. Yeah, and let's be honest here, certain countries will never sign up to that. Like, like certain countries just won't agree to that. Like England would never agree to having a cost cap in, and certain countries would benefit a lot more from that cost cap than would lose out to it. You know, like countries like France and Germany would probably gain a lot from a cost cap, but other countries would lose a lot. I think our property manager may have called her boss out on being an arse last night. Last time you spoke to him, he was super rude and talked over you a lot. This time, slowly and calmly asking questions with please and thank you and called you sir. I mean, he's trying to have you give him a good review at this point, right? That's the thing, is that you are no longer his... You are essentially confirmed to no longer be his client. Right? He's like, oh, we want to leave you with a positive... last memory of us, so that way you can give us a positive review on whatever website or whatever thing that you use, you know. So, like, here's the thing on our finances, right? We're sitting at 99 million. Our finances are sitting at okay, right? Income-wise, last year we made 577 million. This season we've made 307 million. We're halfway through the season, so we're on track to make more money this year than we did last year. Players sold, we've made about half of the amount as we made last year. TV revenue, we've made more or less half of what we made last year. The Champions League, we weren't in that last year, so we've made a little bit of money from that. The Premier Division, we've made nearly 41.5 million. We'll make 100 million from that. From friendlies, we've made some money. From the Super Cup, we made some money. The Carabao Cup, we've made some money. Europa League, obviously we weren't in that, but we've already made more money this year from the Champions League than we did last year in the entirety of the Europa League. Season tickets, we made 22 million for that this year, which is more than we made last year. Sponsorships, we made 54 million, which is more than we made last year. Prize money, last year we got 60 million. We've already got 24.5 million this year. 21 of that from the Champions League, which is just from playing games and winning them. The Super Cup, we got 3 million for losing in that. We've not done the English FA Cup or the Premier Division competition yet, but we'll get close to that, I'd say. Others, match day income, merchandising, loan income, gate receipts. We've got 7 million this year in gate receipts, which is already a third of what we got last year. Yeah, like we're not... I'll put it this way, we could be doing a lot worse. It's the expenditure that's obviously the problem. The expenditure, we spent 725 million last year in expenditure, which I think is largely from transfers. Yeah, mostly transfer expenditure. But I would like to remind everybody that this year, if I go to my transfer history, transfers in, Sebastian Szymanski was the highest transfer we made this year at 30 million total. And we've sold 38 million worth of players already, from Yusuf Yazici, Sasha Kalachnic, Charlie Lawley, Yulo Lakameni. And we also have to remind ourselves that we had 245 million worth of players gone out last year, between Lazar, Mjorton, Kiernan, Max Kilman. Like, Kiernan should realistically be in this year's sold list, so 36 million should be in this year's sold list, not last year's. But yeah, like we've made money in transfers this year. And there is ways for us to improve our income. As you can also see, I have 80 million in my transfer budget and I've not spent any of it because there's no point in me spending it. Unless we get a big injury. You know, I think we have enough players on the squad that it's entirely possible that we can work our way through the squad options. Oh, Man United just lost as well, so now they're no longer. I don't think there's any more Invincibles left in the league anymore. After that, no Invincibles left in the league anymore. We lasted the longest with 10 wins, 3 draws, in 14 appearances. Marcus Rashford's 30 now. Damn. Hey, Cody. Welcome. You can't talk though. You've had a gem of a landlord. You only put the rent up once. Yeah, I remember you telling me about that. That he was like super unhappy about having to put rent up. And I've been to your apartment. Your apartment's really nice. How are you doing, Cody? How are things? What are you up to? Sometimes feels small because the occupants have too much stuff. I mean, listen, I get that too, because this room is full of shit. Like, there's so much stuff in this room for what the size of the room is. And there's, like, I have prints up on my, like, shelf here that I haven't got stuff yet made for yet. And, like, there's a bunch of things I need to do. Cody's hungover. Just got up from my lunchtime nap that took a bit longer than your lunch break. Ooh. What you doing being hungover on a goddamn Thursday, Cody? What are you doing being hungover halfway through the week? That's wild. I need you to explain to me why you were drinking on a Wednesday night. On a work day. School night drinking? Indeed. Oh, Gabrielle Moscardo just railed that one. I know, Red, it's disgusting. Like, you know, Cody out here taking all these bad decisions and going out and drinking on a Wednesday night when they know they have work in the morning. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed, Cody. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. Can't believe you let me down like this. Verts, back post, and Padu heads it away. Gabriel Moscardo tries the overhead kick and puts it on net, but Bazunu saves it. Funnily enough, it was work drinks. My boss was leaving and we had our whole company meeting yesterday, so we all went out for drinks afterwards. Ah. See, at least that way, it's not just you who's hungover. It's not just you who's decided to go out on a Wednesday with your friends and go, oh, I'll be fine tomorrow. No worries. No worries. Now instead you're like, oh, everyone's hungover, so it's fine. Your entire company's hungover, it's not a problem. At least this way it's not just you who's coming into work and being like, I'm so fucking hungover, and everyone else is like, why were you drinking last night? It's a goddamn Wednesday night. At least this way you can go, well, I'm not the only person hungover. Dave over there has been sitting in his chair and hiding away under his desk with a blanket all day because he's tired as fuck and hasn't slept and is probably coming down from all the drinks he had last night. Ooh, penalty called here. Probably let Florian Wirtz take it. So I'm slightly less disappointed in you, Cody. Only slightly less. You didn't buy yourself a single drink. Okay, yeah, in that case, I can't even really be, I can't be mad at you or disappointed in you at all. It's all your coworker's fault. We're all working from home today. I mean, not surprising, Cody. You're all hungover as fuck. Oh, free bar is not gonna help. That's not gonna help in the slightest. Verts. Working from home. Dying from home. Probably the more accurate option here, Red. Taking long naps at home because work is sleepy eepy. It wasn't a free bar as much as the head of commercial finance being very liberal with his personal card. I mean, based. Sounds like it was a super nice night out. It was free bar for you, indeed. That's how I'd look at it. It might not have been free bar for everybody, but it was for sure free bar for you. Yeah, I managed to get some stuff done today already. I mean, I'm impressed that you haven't just slept all day. So you know what? Good on you. Good on you for not sleeping the whole day and doing nothing. Which would be what I would do, to be honest. I'm very proud of you. Throwing Sugawara at the corner. Gallagher. Szymanski Shotard to Sugawara. Szymanski. Ooh, almost puts it in. Work an extra hour after 5:30 today to make up for the extended lunch break. Nah, start an hour early tomorrow. That way you can actually get some work done. Ooh, Trincau's hurt. Don't have any subs to make. I guess he's gonna have to come off. Well done, lads. Good win. Solid. Oh, that was in the Molyneux. Didn't realise that. He's twisted his ankle. He's out for a few weeks. You were up by 8 a.m. sending out the previous day's sales to company investors, and you are a professional. How much did your head hurt this morning when you woke up? Were you still drunk then? That's a good question, Red. I'm waiting for Cody's response of maybe in the chat. We're now 3 points ahead of second place Newcastle, top of the Premier League. Nah, you got home by 11:30, so I got a good 7 hours of sleep. Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, listen, if I got 7 hours of sleep and got home at 11:30, I'd be bright and ready to go for my full day ahead of me. I wouldn't be hungover. I don't know what's wrong with you. You're not made of that. You're just poorly made, I guess, Cody. Just not meant for drinking, I guess. I took some paracetamol, had 2 Lucozade Sports in the fridge, no headache and electrolytes to really hydrate me. Very good. Very good. Still hungover though, aren't you? Michael, you were 6'5" Irish and made a muscle. Listen, right? These are all true facts. These are all very true facts. However, I've got nothing. I've got nothing. I've got nothing. Some of us are built like normal humans. So we'll make some money on the Lorenzo Lucas sale. We'll make some money on the Festia Bazzelli sale. That will make our stuff pretty good. You're 5'10", technically overweight, only half Irish and not built like me. Listen, not very many normal people are built like anything other than the expectations of the world, right? You know. I, for one, am just built this way because I like working out to make sure I don't get chunky. Because I used to be chunky and it was annoying getting, what's the word? Getting winded going up a flight of stairs to go to work, you know? Thomas Frank's gone to Tottenham after Pep got fired. Yeah, I started going to the gym in the last few weeks. Congratulations. It's a fun time. I enjoy it, at least. Right, hopefully Evan, after his 2 weeks of rest and no matches, will be perfectly fit and ready to go. All the best out there tonight. Just to make a difference, just to make a difference. Trust you to make a difference. Now, Wolves versus Inter Milan. Away at Inter, I believe. I think we're at Inter. No, we're at home. This is the Molyneux. Throw in from Sugawara to Rooney. Cuts inside, goes up to David. David, bad tackle there from Diamarco. Diamarco might have just given away an easy tackle. An easy goal here for Evan Ferguson to bury. Penalty's been awarded. Evan is up for this one. I believe it's Evan. Yes, Evan is up. Ferguson buries it. His 21st goal of the season. Very nice. Rooney with a corner kick. Ferguson's there. Can't keep it down. Was, however, very close. Arthur to Verts. Verts to David. David with a good first pass, but bad positioning to Thuram. Thuram misses. Nice is up 3-0 on Dynamo. Galatasaray's up on Prague. Corner kick here, back post. Diamarco heads it away. Moreira's there. Moreira tackled off of him. See, Wolves are doing pretty well. We are doing pretty well. We won the Premier League last year. We won... Oh, my goodness. Oh, shit. What a goal from Rooney Bargnani. Sorry. Yeah, won the Premier League. Oh, won the Europa League, won the FA Cup and the Carabao Cup in the last 2 years. So what we're planning on doing, if we win everything this year that we can with Wolves, because we've already won the Community Shield and we won the South American Club Challenge, we'll probably turn this save into a journeyman, where for the first, this would be our 24th stream of the save. If we get through to, let's say, So 26 or 7 probably when we finish up this season. We will take a look at it and go, oh, are we going to stay at Wolves and try to win again, or are we going to resign from Wolves and go find a job elsewhere? So there is options to keep this sort of universe running for a little while, and maybe in a couple of years' time we'll come back to Wolves and we'll try and do it again. We'll try and help them win another Premier League if they haven't won one since we left, or bring back maybe some players, maybe see what it's like. David gets past every defender and goes hard there, but Onana makes a save. So that's the options that I have, because I want to do I want to start doing 6 streams a week. I want to start doing 2 streams where we're playing like FM, 2 streams where we're playing an RPG, and then 2 streams where we're playing a story-based game. So for example, I planned on playing Mass Effect tomorrow, Mass Effect 1 tomorrow, but I have to do other things IRL, and Saturday this week does not work for me, and next week I have 2 things I need to go to. That means that I won't be around to stream. And then Dragon Age comes out, and I'm like, oh, I'll want to play that too, but I can't really afford to be spending money on new games right now. Ferguson with a terrible finish there off his left foot. Mass Effect, man after my own heart. Yeah, so I went ahead yesterday evening and sorted out a bunch of mods for it so I can play a not necessarily a more complete version of the game, but a game that has more options in it. So I added in, what was it, the Pinnacle Station DLC, which is a moddable. It's moddable to add it back in. What else was there? There's a expanded armory mod. There's a better textures mod. There's a diversity mod for the Citadel that adds in more people around, basically. There's a few other things there too that I've added to the game. I've also downloaded a bunch of mods for Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 3 as well, but I haven't done the, what's it called? I haven't done the upscaling of the textures yet, because they recommend you do that after you download all your mods, because it retextures everything, and it's not something that it can be redone after you download more mods. So I'll probably keep an eye out for some good Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 3 mods. I don't think that's a penalty, honestly. I think Gallagher did a good job there with his tackle, but it might give it to him. Yep. Alright, Trubin, here's another chance for you to make a penalty save in an open game, which you haven't done yet for Wolves. You've made saves in a penalty shootout. You never made an open game save. Let's see what you do here. Nope. Still no penalty save in an open game. Lautaro Martinez buries it. That puts Inter within 1 of us. Moreira over a corner. Ooh. So yeah, it would basically be that I wanna play more games other than Football Manager, and you know, I know the other games probably won't get the same level of viewership, but FM hasn't really been getting the same level of viewership anyway recently, so I'd like to try something else for a little bit. Sugawara into Ferguson. Onana tips it across. Nice are hammering Dynamo 7-0. I feel bad for Dynamo Zagreb. Very nice. So that puts us back into 7th in the league table. We are 4 points behind Real Madrid with 2 games left. I think this means that we are secured in a playoff spot, though, because of the win. Yeah, we've secured a playoff spot. So has Celtic, Galatasaray, PSG, and Bayern. To be fair, you never watched any FM content before my streams. I love me some FM content. I watch way too much of it, to be honest. It's one of those games that, like, some people play very different games than I do. Like, some people play this game very differently than I do. And, you know, I'm very... I like to play this game differently than other people, so I'll watch other people play this game and they'll play it very differently than I will. Which is the best thing about it, honestly. Like, I can watch this game and be like, oh yeah, it's great. You can play it however you want, which I like. I find these kind of games easier to watch than I do, like, what's it called? Than I do, like, single-player games. Because if I've played the single-player game before, I'll be mad that people don't make the same decisions I do. Which is why I can't really watch people play Mass Effect anymore. Or play, games like that. Because I'm like, oh, I wouldn't make that decision. That's a bad decision. That's objectively the worst decision you could make. And I know that that's not really what people want me to react to. So I don't necessarily watch those games anymore. I used to watch a lot of them, but I don't necessarily anymore. I don't know if I'll watch any Dragon Age The Veilguard games either. Largely because I probably want to play that game raw and uncut myself. But we'll see. Talking about people saving Ashley. I mean, Ashley, I find... Ashley is the more interesting character over Kaidan. See, this is what we would talk about if I was doing like a Mass Effect stream. I'd be talking to you guys about like my opinions on things. And I'll give you a little teaser here, I suppose. I think Kaidan is a boring character. I think he's a safer option if you're like, oh, you don't like the space racist lady. Neonape, thanks for the follow. You know, you don't like the racist space lady that is Ashley, but Ashley is not racist after the first game. Like, you can sort of be like, hey, I know your grandfather was, you know, part of this thing, but it's not their fault. You know, you don't need to, your racism is not appreciated here on my ship, essentially. Which is what I always do with my Shepard. My Shepards are always like, even the renegade ones are like, Ashley, you're racist. Kaidan's arc isn't as good as Ashley's. Yeah, so Kaidan has a much more boring character arc from end to end. I will say their Mass Effect 2 arcs are basically the same. They're both like very, very boring and very, very like whatever. But their Mass Effect 1 and 3 arcs are much better than Ashley's Mass Effect 1 and 3 arcs are better than Kaidan's arcs. Though Kaidan is by far the better companion in Mass Effect 1 because he actually has biotics and tech skills, and those are incredibly overpowered in Mass Effect 1. I will also know people will save Ashley because of the fact that in Mass Effect 3's Citadel DLC, she will get with Jimmy Vega, and that's really funny in my head because that doesn't match up in my head in personality-wise, but it actually makes perfect sense because they're both military like lugheads, and I'm like, oh, it's perfect, really. It couldn't be any better if the game tried. Couldn't have written it any better myself, honestly. Right, that's the Mass Effect talk done here now, I think. Who we up against? Liverpool. Loved Vega. Vega is very underrated. I don't like his skill set as a character. Like, I'm not a big fan of his abilities and skills as a character. Like, as a companion in the sense of who would I rather have playing... Who would I rather have in my squad? Jimmy Vega or... Tali. I'd probably have Tali, but I still think Jimmy Vega as a character is more interesting because he has never seen he knows Shepard for the legend, not Shepard the person. So it's very different for him to be like, oh, look, here's Shepard the person, you know? Which is what I like about him. He has to kind of learn from a legend that you don't just become a legend by, you know, throwing yourself in the way of every single shot that comes your way, you know? And Freddie Prinze Jr. is doing a great job as a voice actor. Oh my god, he's been so good in every game he's been in. I loved him as Iron Bull. I loved him as Caden. Is it Caden? In Star Wars Rebels? I think it's Caden. I think that's his name. I could be forgetting the name there, and if I am, I apologize. But he was super in everything. He's been super in everything he's in. Right, we're up against Liverpool here. Big match. Kanan. That's right, Kanan, not Caden. Kanan. Thanks for correcting me, Cody. They're playing a 7-3 formation. You gotta love Liverpool. Maturo with the throw into Arthur. Down the line to Moreira. Moreira to David. David out wide to Rooney. Can't get it to him. Ansu Fati loses the ball. David picks up the loose one. Goes down to the byline. Pulls it back to Sugawara, who has to go into the middle but can't get it to anyone. Wirtz is there to intercept it. To Shuttard, to Maturo. Down the line to Moreira. Moreira into Wirtz. Wirtz eyes up options. Cuts in himself and shoots. Becker's there. Alisson to Gomez. Back to Becker. To Kanate out wide. Ferguson with the pressing ball. And buries it. What a press from Evan Ferguson. Alright, so why Wolves? I'm a Wolves fan. Well, actually, no, sorry, Ben Takage. There's two reasons. I'm a Wolves fan, and also, they're not really that good in the Premier League. So, like, it's a case of them becoming one of the best teams in the Premier League is harder than other teams because they don't really have the monetary backing of other clubs, and they don't really have other things, you know. It's just nice to find non-Big Six supporters. Yeah. I get it. But, like, there are definitely, you know, other clubs that are in a similar situation in the Premier League as Wolves. But I'm a Wolves fan, and they're in a perfect situation for me right now. Trubin makes a big save. They're in a perfect situation for me to have brought them from where they were to where they are now in this save. Where they are, where we just won the Premier League and everything else. Ansu goes to Szoboszlai, tries to go into Trubin, but can't. Yeah, it makes sense. You're an American. Saw a Big Six. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I get that. I do get that. Like, when you're outside of... Like, it's very difficult to find a non-big team supporter in America because that's all they see. You know, every single... trip to America that I see is like, you know, all the big teams. You very rarely ever see a squad like Southampton go over to America for a tour. You hate it. I mean, it's not too dissimilar here, to be honest. Like, if you don't live in the UK, in like Birmingham or in Wolverhampton or in Stoke or in places like that, it's very... Oh, Ansu Fati buried that. It's very likely that you're in a very similar situation where, like, all of the people who you know follow the big clubs. It's just more likely, you know? There's just more fans in those clubs and they appear everywhere because, you know... like, I've been to places where, like, they're... Back in 3 minutes. Yep. That's okay. I'm at halftime here, so I'm just going to do the very quick... team talk, and I need to go to the bathroom real quick. Okay, hi. Ad break's ending in a couple seconds here, so you guys should be back. Yeah, so Bentakage, you're right in that like it's very difficult to find non-top team supporters in other countries. It's also difficult to find that here, largely because of the fact that what everyone sees is the big clubs. You know, if you're a person living in a city or a village in the UK, like in, let's say, central England, a lot of the time your local team might not be in the top flight of the English pyramid, meaning you're watching you might not be able to get like television coverage for every single game. You know what I mean? So as I was saying, Bentakage, you might not be able to get TV coverage for every single game for a team in, let's say, League 1 or League 2. So like a lot of people will just end up watching the big clubs because that's all they can get on TV constantly. You might get it on the radio, but you know, I mean, I'm kind of surprised that there isn't an EPL deal with like Twitch or YouTube to stream their games, because I know that Amazon have like big deals with like American football and all that sort of stuff now, and the NHL. You've coverage for the whole league. I mean, that's only the Premier League though, right? There's like 15. There's 5 tiers of English football that is professional, including the Premier League. You know? You thought Amazon did have an EPL deal? I don't know. Off the top of my head, I don't really watch stuff on Amazon. I'm a serial pirate, so. NBC for the Prem Championship through League 2 is on Paramount Plus. Okay, that's good at least. But like, why would somebody in America, let's say, for example, in your case, watch anything that's not Premier League? Like, what connection does a random American in fucking Montana have to a club in League 1 or League 2 or the Championship? They wouldn't unless their club gets relegated. Exactly. And you're not going to get relegated as a top 6 club in the Premier League. It just doesn't happen. Unless you're Man City and you've broken every rule in the book. Oh god, we're getting hammered this match. It was bound to happen at some point. Bound to happen to have a bad loss against the club at some point. We'll take Shotard off for Mikitani. We'll bring on Gallagher for David. You wish the coverage didn't stop at League 2? Well, below League 2 there is no television coverage. Or whatever television coverage there is like very minimal, you know? So, I understand why there isn't a connection there. You're saying you wish there was more. There's no money in it. There's very little money in the Vanarama National South, North, the Ishman Premier. Those clubs and those leagues don't have any money, so they don't have a reason to, basically. You sponsored a tier 10 players, only 200 quid. Yeah, that happens often enough. A lot of money down there. Yeah, indeed. Not a lot of money in the lower leagues of English football, so it's very difficult to find those reasons to watch those games. Like, a lot of the time, if you're going to a Vanarama National North, Vanarama National North South, Ishman Premier, anything like that, you're going there because that is your club, and you support them because they're your family's club. And then you might have a higher tier club as well. Like, you might be like perfect example here, right? You might be from Wolverhampton. You might support Wolverhampton, Wolverhampton Wanderers, but then you might have a smaller, more local team that you also support because they're a local team that you can go to more regularly than you can go to a Wolves game. Our youth intake, we've got apparently a goalkeeper and a forward. That's it. Below average youth intake. Have yet to have a good youth intake since the first year. So that's kind of depressing. So, you know, I'm one of those people who are perfectly happy with that. Oh, thanks for the follow, Bentakage. Virgil van Dijk's retiring in this universe. Hey, Midge. Afternoon. How you doing, buddy? What's up, lad? What's the crack? Welcome to the stream. There's not. It's Benny Kage. With Benny for short. Cool, Benny. Thanks. That's it's the Kages from Naruto, I assume. All right, bud, you're a little busy, but when is that different? You're never not busy, Midge, and that's the assumed natural state of one Midge man, always busy. It's not from Naruto, but it's pronounced the same way. I'd know it from Naruto from my my days watching that show. Your assumed gender is busy. No, your assumed state in life is busy. Like, you know how there's like those Newtonian particles that never stop moving? Midge never stops being busy. Even when that man is sleeping, he's like pretending to like edit. Man dreams of editing. I'm sorry, Mitch, for dragging you like this. You didn't come here for me to drag you. You came here to probably be distracted from the work for a little bit. I apologize. Okay, who's not played well? Arthur has not played well. You can come off for Jean. Listen, I expect it. I mean, that's fair, but also I shouldn't really be dragging you that hard that early. You know, I should be looping you up and getting you prepped for it. I shouldn't just be going in that deep and hard that fast. It's bad practice, you know? Good to know I'll track you more often. Mitch, why are you friends with us? Serious question. Why are you friends with us? Best save one you had the most fun with so far? This one. This is my only FM24 save, so that's my only answer. Because we were the only ones around at the time. This is true. Midge is friends with me because I met him at a party. He told me he streams and I just have bothered him ever since. You following leagues or clubs outside of Wolves? No, not really. I follow the NBA and the NFL. Sorry, the NHL. That's it. I'm sort of like a periphery fan of those clubs, of those leagues. I kind of just watch whatever. Mentioned Southampton, I had a Floridian slip. That's fair. No worries. All right, we're up against Leeds here in this Caribou Cup draw. I'm hoping that we can smash them and we don't need to worry about this match at all after a few minutes. What team do I support in the NFL? Nobody. I don't watch NFL. I too am a periphery fan, but by that I mean I'm a fan of the band Periphery. That's fair. That's fair. I said NHL. Saint Paid, thanks for showing up. Thanks for the follow. Hi, welcome. How you doing? Who's the NHL team? I follow Steve Dangle, so I kind of am a Leaf supporter, but I was a Nashville Predators supporter for a long time. I kind of gave up on that though. I don't really know what to. It's very difficult for me to watch those games because of the time difference. You know. Capitals, that's cool. I was actually in DC the same year that the Capitals won the Stanley Cup. Earliest game is midnight. Not cool. It's very... Oh, wow. Fuck the Capitals. No, I was in DC the year they won. It was kind of cool, actually. It was really nice seeing all of the Alexander Ovechkin love around. Evan Ferguson with another goal. Damn, I know. Guy just showed up and got dunked on. That's not very nice. Yeah, like I was walking around DC for a few days with a few friends, and like there was so many banners and so much love up for Ovi. It was really cool. It'd be cool to see him take the goal scoring record. I'd like to watch the game he scores the goal scoring record. That was awful. I don't know what Noori was doing there, but that just cost us a goal. So yeah, I'm kind of a Preds fan, but I kind of follow the Leafs more closely because I watch Steve Dangle's videos, and he does like a review after every single Leafs game, which makes it much easier for someone like me who lives in Europe to watch them, or to live vicariously through somebody else. What FM skin is this? This is the Zealand skin. No worries. My God, there's some terrible passing there again. I don't know what we're doing here, but our passing game has fallen apart all of a sudden. We can't hold on to possession and make good passes. Scott to Bandizi, buries it into the air. No worries, no worries. Moreira, back post. Falcone picks it out of the air. He bowls it out to Stupinian. Down the line to Bradley Barcola. Across to Sinistera. Sinistera is being guarded pretty heavily there. That was an awful bit of fucking... I don't know what that was. He goes low, Trubin deflects it out, it goes straight to him. Awful. Show a bit of desire, lads. That's fucking awful, that is. We back. Welcome back, Benny. Martin off for Van de Ven. Maturo on for Ryan. Antonio Trubin has not played well. I think I need to give him a run of rest. He's just not played very well recently. Chotard off for Kanechi. That's 4 subs. That's enough for now. 4 halftime subs because we've just let this match slip through our fingers, honestly. Gotta go. Have a nice day. Have a nice day too, Prod. Appreciate you showing up. Ngoto, good tackle from Mikitani. To Van de Ven. Back out to Maturo. Down the line to Moreira. Moreira diverts. Verts crosses it to Rooney, but it's a terrible pass. Estupinion's right there. I don't know why we're making those passes. That's just not good. I'm going to force the guys to play in a more central positioning. Bargnani can play up top. He's good at it. To Collins. Sugawara. To Mikitani in the middle. To Verts to Ferguson. If we score here, I won't make the changes, but that'll be difficult. Evans in the middle there. Good header. Cancel those changes. Tied up 2-2. You're from Philadelphia. If you score, I won't make the change, but that'll be difficult scores. Yeah, listen. Sometimes Evan Ferguson just scores goals that you don't expect him to score because he's just that good. I mean, I think the fact that that Ovi's about to probably have the goal scoring record in the NHL is pretty cool. Your Twitch internet is borked today. Have a good rest of the stream. No worries, Red. You have a good rest of your day. I'll see you next time. Ferguson. Oh, what a nice little goal from Evan Ferguson. Cheeky placement. Scored his hat-trick there. I mean, obviously you can argue that Ovi would have ended up in that situation scoring all those goals in anywhere, but I don't think so. I think him next to Backstrom has been a really cool combo for all those years. Oh, Ferguson just destroying them. Oh my goodness. That's nasty. Happy that Ovechkin won the cup. I mean, yeah. You can't I think in that final we were all rooting for Ovi to win. Moreira Ferguson has scored another one, I think. That's his 6th goal. You know, a Flyers fan despite being from Philly, so it's not 100% a hate of the Capitals. It's like 80%. That's fair. Also, I've also entirely forgot this factoid. That year was like the 2nd year that the Golden Knights existed, I think it was. And they almost won. Well, they went to 5 games, I think it was. Yeah, they went to 5 games. And Vegas won in the 5th game. But like, sorry, Vegas didn't win the 5th game. Washington won in the 6th game to win that. But like, that was pretty cool. There's a club that's 95% hate now. Yeah, I remember that year when it was like, I remember the year that they were like inaugurated, and it was one of those things where it was like, oh, I can't wait for it. And they brought together like a club, and they had James Neal score like 30 goals, and they had, who was it? Christ, what's his name? I should know his name. Wild Bill. William Karlsson? I think that's his first name. William Karlsson? I think that's his name. They had William Karlsson score like 45 goals that year, and you know, it was an incredible story. And now it's like everyone hates them because they don't have any loyalty to their players. But I'm like, that's normal here. It's very, very normal here for a team to sell a fan favorite because they're just not performing well, or another player is available and they're better, you know? Ooh, Sebastian with a fantastic corner kick. You blink and it's 6-2? 7-2. 7-2. Even though they're still young, yeah, like it's... I'll put it this way, right? I think you burn a lot of your team's goodwill, especially in the case of the Golden Knights. They did win a cup, so you know you can't take that away from them. But now they no longer have like any of the players that they formed with, which is really, really kind of wild given how like young that team is. But, you know, I'll just shrug and say it's whatever at this point, to be honest. It's one of those things where I'm like, it's very, very uncommon in America for teams to be run that way early on, but that's just how it is here. Cool. Ferguson scored 5 goals. Absolutely fantastic for him. Who would I like in the draw for the next round? I'll take Chelsea, just because it'd be fun to beat them again. Sellout expected for the Arsenal match. Yusuf Yazici singing Evan Ferguson's praise, who has scored 27 goals this year. Oh my god. Is that right? 27 goals this year already for Evan Ferguson? Oh my god, it is. Now, mind you, he scored 6 goals in the Club Challenge, in the South American Club Challenge. But he has 9 goals in the Premier League. He has 6 goals in the Carabao Cup, a goal in the Super Cup, 5 goals in the Champions League, 3 goals in the Champions League, in the Europa League qualifying. Sorry, in the European League qualifying for the, what's it called, for Ireland. And 14 goals in the Euro Championship qualifiers. Did we make it through? Yes. Top of our fucking group too. Damn. Nice. Over Norway, Switzerland, Germany. We beat we won 8 of our games against Norway, Latvia, Liechtenstein. Okay. Latvia and Liechtenstein, that's fair. Switzerland, that's fair. We beat Germany twice. Wow. Who did we lose to? Norway and Switzerland? Yeah, Norway and Switzerland. Wow. Holy shit. That's incredible for us. Usually you wouldn't see that kind of performance for Ireland. Usually we'd be like here, and you could probably swap Germany around with us. That's really disappointing though for Germany. Liechtenstein drew 1 game against Latvia. I will, however, set up a recruitment focus. Any position from tactic, transfer and loan. Competition. International. What's this called again? Hang on. Double check. The Euro Championship qualifying. So any position from tactic. Competition, international. Oh, it's because the qualifiers are already done. That's what it is. The qualifiers are finished. We've already qualified. I'm losing my mind, guys. I'm losing my mind. Germany going out is wild. Germany going out is wild. Germany going out to Ireland is even wilder. Ireland being at the top of that table is even more wild, honestly. That's crazy for me, anyway. At least I think so. Sorry, I will be able to find this easier by doing this. Going to squad, going to Ireland. Senior squad. I mean, to be fair, right, we have 3 of their starting lineup in our team with Festi, Collins, and Ferguson. We also have one of their backups in Cyril Ambanda? I'm going to say it's Ambana. Who is Cameroonian as well, but born in Ireland. Has 6 caps for Ireland already. And there's just Mike Hare here as well, who's a right winger. We'll take a look at him. He's at Stoke. Yeah, there are for sure. It's Gavin Bazunu in net as well, which is not surprising given how good Gavin's been playing for Southampton. But that's crazy for us, honestly. Schedule senior squad. So yeah, we won 8 games. Germany won 8 and lost 4. They lost to Ireland twice, Switzerland once, and Norway once. While Norway won against Germany, Liechtenstein, Latvia. They won against us once as well. And they drew against Switzerland, but they also lost to us in Germany. We scored 33 goals. Holy shit. That's wild. And we only let in 9. Wow. We let in more goals against Switzerland than anybody else. That's crazy for us. We let in 9 goals. 4 of them were from Switzerland. 2 of them were from Norway. 1's Latvia, 1 Liechtenstein, 1 Germany. We didn't concede against... We conceded against everyone, I think. Liechtenstein, yes. Latvia, yes. Germany, yes. Switzerland, and... Yeah, we conceded against everybody. But we conceded 4 against Switzerland. That's wild. Who's their striker? Zeki Amundi. Who is this guy? He's not bad. He's not bad. Like, he's not great. He's not bad, though. Alright, let's take a look at this draw. We could get Southampton here. If we got Southampton, I'd be fine. If we got Chelsea, I'd be fine with it as well. But I would prefer not to get City at this juncture. But we will probably need to beat them. Chelsea got Man City, so we got Southampton. Pretty happy with that. We got them away, though. So, slightly tougher, but it is a 2-legged affair. You've also got Blackburn Rovers in the FA Cup as well. So all in all, lots and lots of options here. Also, here's an interesting factoid for you. The reason why there is no league phase games between the start of December and the end of December is because some leagues like Austria and Sweden, I think, have a winter break. So they wouldn't be able to play those games, basically. The country would basically be... The entire country of Sweden essentially says you're not allowed in the country to play football between like the days of this and this. Same with Austria, because Austria has a pretty big break in the winter as well. It allows them to basically fix up stuff. Will you give me 32 million for him? No, okay. Genk made a 42, 48. When you go up to 50? They will. 50 million for him is not bad, given we spent less than 20, I think, on him. Or was it 20? Spent 22.5 on him. Total. We spent 18.5 up front, and he scored a decent amount of goals every year for us, but this year he hasn't really played at all because we've been playing our youth players instead. So now we have Arsenal, and then we have Leeds again. Let me take another look. Actually, I want to check out if there's any interesting other people knocked out here. So France and Ukraine made it through. That's expected. Belgium and Slovakia made it through. Portugal and England made it through. Spain and Austria made it through. Sweden and Italy made it through. Denmark and Slovakia made it through. Serbia and Bulgaria made it through. They beat out Czechia, which is very interesting. Croatia and Greece beat out Georgia, North Macedonia and Estonia. Poland didn't make it through. That's kind of to be expected. I mean, I think the biggest surprise might be the Germany knockout. At least from what I can see. I could be wrong, though, but I think that is the biggest surprise here in the knockouts. Is that Germany are no longer in the qualifiers. There's been some loan offers made for him. How much are you offering, Villarreal? You're offering 30 million. Will you come up to 15 million there and like 18 and 18? Will you do 18 and 18 over an optional fee? Okay. That's not terrible. That would be a decent deal for him. What's your release clause? 42 and a half. I think now since I've accepted those offers, I need to let him go, basically. How much is this worth? It's down the bottom corner. 34.5 million. What about this one? 31.5. And this one is 32.5. Okay. You're all getting rejected. Because we have and I'm going to offer him out at that amount of money and see if we can get him for sale. See if we can get him to see if we can get someone to meet that release clause. I doubt it though, but we'll check it out. His sale with Lorenzo Luca's sale should bring us closer to financial stability, and with the prize money and such like that, we should be okay. Right, big game against Arsenal here. Makes it popcorn. Absolutely, I'll take a bag of popcorn, Cody, if you got one going. I prefer buttered popcorn, but salted popcorn's fine too. Another team playing the dreaded 7-3 formation. They, however, are playing it narrow, with Kai Havertz and Gabriel Jesus in there. Rooney free kick, back post. Shotard heads it down. Moreira's there. Can't get it past Ramsdale. Close, though. Shotard is offside. That's okay. "20 minutes in here. They're playing Declan Rice as an anchor and Zubchenko as a ball winner. My god, they're playing fucking hardcore defensive football. Ait Nawari to Martin. Salt is all I got. Listen, that's fine. I like salted popcorn. Rooney misses that easy goal there. That's kind of annoying. Been the better team here. "60 minutes in here. We got to make some subs, I think. We're not really doing much here. We need to win this match.
David off for Gallagher. Kenichi on for... Actually, Joris has played well. So, sorry, not Joris. Yeah, Joris has played well. Zizmensky on for Florian. Rooney off for Bianacci. Ferguson's tired. To leave him on, though. That's enough subs for now. Oh, free kick. Sorry, corner kick. Martinelli over it. Trubin runs out to grab it. Clutches it out of the air nicely. Easy open throw there to Johnston if you want to throw it there, Trubin. Nope. Boots it out left height, no worry. Ben White's there. Mateus Nunes loses the ball to Martin. They try to go out to Moreira again, but White's in the way. Mateus Nunes to James. Over the top, but I think he's offside. Trubin makes a big save, but it's offside anyway. Let's take off Ait Nwari for Van de Ven, who has more of a chance of winning headers on that side. Moreira off for... I don't have enough striking substitutes here, I've noticed. I need to figure stuff out there. Might look into that during the middle bit of this game. During the intermission between this game and the next one. Van de Ven to Moreira. Moreira goes back post to Bianacci. Ramsdale saves. Bianacci tries again. Ramsdale saves again. Ooh, Van de Ven with a good throw down to Ferguson. Moreira has it. Mateus Nunes takes it away, though. Both of them are chasing him down. Mateus tries to go into Martinelli. Can't get it in. Goes back to Mateus, to James, to Havertz, to Rice. To James. Back to Rice. Back to Kiekwinor. Out wide to Tierney. Back to Kiekwinor. To Rice, to James. To Carter Vickers. To White, to James. James to Carter Vickers. Back to White, to Carter Vickers, who goes back post. Havertz is there. Goes off the crossbar. Van de Ven picks up the loose ball. Evan Ferguson is struggling and wants to be substituted. They recommend we switch him out for a player who is not there. We can do this instead. We can put Bianacci up top and bring in Sugawara because he can play right wing. That at the very least gives us a striker up top. Trubin claims it. Very nice. Carter Vickers goes back to Ramsdale. To Rice, to Havertz. Johnston over the top to Martinelli. Gabriel Martinelli has buried it. Is it going to count, though? He might be offside here. He's offside. Goal's been disallowed. Disappointed we didn't win there, guys. Okay. I need to consider options here up front. Francisco Trincao is coming back from his injury. Ferguson can come off for Anto. Alfonso can come off for... We're up against Leeds next. Mastuano can play in this game. For sure, Mastuano can have a go. Rooney can come off for... Santiago. Joris off for Gabriel. No, sorry, Mikitani actually. David off for Conor Gallagher. Ryan Nouri off for Alain. Arthur on for Nathan Collins. You're off for there. John Martin off for Van de Ven. Perfect. Solid switch ups. Good switch ups. Aaron Ramsdale played really well apparently. It's the reason why we didn't score at all. Good stuff all around there. Working on some legacy code for the last hour and it makes you want to cry. Ooh, I love me some legacy code. Love me some code that was built before I was born. That's good shit. Stuff so old that it makes you go, Jesus Christ, who built this and how old are they now? Sellout expected. Very nice. We're actually doing pretty well, it looks like, on gate receipts. Ooh. Well, we won't say anything on that one. Favorites here wants to play like it. Let's do it. Something that we haven't done in a while here. I'm hoping for a nice, easy win. It's a rotated squad, quite obviously, but the hope is still that we're better than Leeds, which I think we are. Oh, Mesele taking a goal kick to Vober. To Macaroca. Back to Cresswell. Goes out wide to Sinistraya, who is being pressed heavily. Maturo makes a good pass. Evan. Ooh. Anto can't make that goal count. Close, though. Goes out wide to Sugawara. What a hell of an attempt there from Anto. Sinistrea tries to go up and fast, but Mikitani's there. Gallagher heads that down straight to Jorginho for some reason. Gallagher making a terrible decision there, but Mikitani gets it back to Sugawara, who goes to Florian. Out to Gallagher. Gallagher into Bianchi, shoots. Santiago Bianchi has scored. Might be offside, though. Surprised if he is. Oof. Vert's in a very dangerous area for his free kicks. Ooh, rattles it off the bottom of the crossbar. It almost goes in. Mastuano tries it. Knocks it off of Archie Gray's face. Half time. Messillet to Cresswell. To Adams. To Scott. Big tackle there from Mikitani. Good pass. Evans being behind again. Skies it. Anto's just not been able to bury any goals right now, it looks like. Sugawara's injured. He can come up for Johnston. Who would he come off for? Probably we'll put Bianchi up there and put on one of the guys at wide outside instead. Gray throws it into Scott. Back to Gray. To Cresswell. To Adams. To Luzanio. To Mark Rocca. To Adams. Big tackle there. Anto has it. Good pass to Florian. Great pass to Gallagher. Conor Gallagher buried it. Don't know if he's onside though. Looks like he is. He is onside. He's put us up 1-0 here. Good job, Conor Gallagher. Great passing there. Mark Rocca. Trubin clutches it out of the air. Rolls it out to Van de Ven. Van de Ven goes out wide to Mastuano, who goes back to Maturo in the middle of Van de Ven. Van de Ven attacks to Verts, to Gallagher. Out wide to Bianchi. Goes up high and wide. Can't find anyone. Bianchi picks it up again. He's in behind. Messillet makes a big save. Verts. Whips it. Cresswell heads it away. Anto's there. If I ever catch the bastard who's going to road this, I'm going to beat them with many, many hammers. Oh my god. Is it that bad, huh? Is it that painful? In such a case, I feel bad. Bianchi's not played very well. I know you're a Python dev, so I'm guessing you don't have much experience with dependency injections. No, not really. I wouldn't, unfortunately. Let's take a quick Google and see what that says. Dependency injection. Technique used in object-oriented programming to reduce the hard-coded dependencies between objects. Right. That seems simple enough. Essentially, automatic passing services into a structure for a class, and this person didn't use it right. Oh. Oh. Did they not use it right because they didn't know how to use it right, or did they not use it right because it's actually just bad? Like, it's entirely wrong. Like, every single thing they did was wrong. Yeah, someone who has code in their name, you know nothing about coding. Listen, your name is Code Lightbulb. I assume it's like an idea thing more than anything else because, you know, had a code light bulb, had an idea. Or at least that's my artsy way of describing it, I suppose. Ooh, Bianacci's in behind here. Can't score again. I thought that went in. Instead, they have a logger creating new logger and logging. Hang on, I need to pause this game so I can read this. Instead, they have a logger creating new logger and logging context object every time the class is initialized. So I'm trying to intercept logging calls or something, but that something doesn't matter because it's never passed in, so the logs aren't happening in the place they're supposed to. Wow. So basically they went, fuck it, we're not even going to... It's not even the right method. Like, they're creating loggers to log things instead of just using dependency injections, right? Used to be Ninja Lightbulb, but then I was 12 since the idea of a light source trying to be sneaky quite funny, but since I'm come to Twitch, you don't have to be associated with a streamer ninja, so I changed it to Code since Code is one of my IRL nicknames. That's fair. Can't say it's a bad idea. Bingo, they're not using injection, they're creating a new instance, but because of that, it's not passing it anywhere. I can't mock the logger, so I can intercept calls and run tests on it. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like it'd probably just be easier to rewrite it at that point. Just to go, fuck this, I'm making my own code with hookers and blackjack and actual injections that work properly. See, I explained it with a single paragraph on Twitch, and these fuckers can't write it with infinite time. Oh my god. Oh. Oh man, that made me laugh to my soul. Do you need a hug and or a beer? I'd recommend giving him the beer first, Cody, and then giving him the hug after he's had a few. That's usually the best way to work with that, I think. Both. You hand him the beer, you give him a hug, you step away, you hand him another beer because he's already finished his first one. That's how that works. Dressing room. Nice victory. Well done. Puts us right back top of the league. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, we're up against Man United next. They're second in the league. What time is it? Oh, it's almost 5 o'clock. So, usually I would end my stream around 5 so I could go do things. But I have been informed that I'd no longer have to prepare for things this evening. So, I might go a little bit later today. Or what I might do here, actually, is I'll play this match against United. And then I will probably call it, because that will basically be... I think that's our last match before the December window. No, we have Brentford on the 29th. So that's what I'll do. I'll get to Brentford on the 29th, and then I'll call it. So once I play this United match and Brentford match, I'll call it. That seems like a fair idea. Excuse me. Since I won't be streaming tomorrow, I think this is only fair. Wow. A Saudi Arabian team want to sign Teddy Bearface. If Red was here, she'd be fuming. Ads start in 1 moment. Well, in 1 minute. Diego Simeone's gone to Arsenal in the save. I think I might have got Arsenal fired. What happened to Miguel Arteta? Sacked as manager following a series of bad results. Both. Ad breaks have started. So we're going to be starting our full starting lineup here because it is against the Uniteds of men. Excuse me. Haven't Arsenal been consistently in the top 4? In this save, I don't know. I haven't actually looked. I mean, they're currently sitting in 13th in the Premier League. Finished 2nd last year, 4th the year before, 2nd the year before that, 3rd in the first year. See, this is a team that doesn't have much money either in the bank. They just hired Diego Simeone. Also, to give them some kind of like consistent problem that they might have, maybe playing a 7-3 is bad. Who would have guessed it? Playing a heavily defensive formation all the time is bad. What's their results been like, actually? There's a good question for me. So, yeah, they lost 1, 2, 3 of their first 4 games, draw to Brentford. Lost on penalties in the Carabao Cup 3rd round. Won their first Premier League match in September. Beat AC Milan in the Champions League phase. Drew to Crystal Palace. Beat Strata Prague. Beat Nottingham Forest. Beat Man City. It's a good match for them. Beat Blackburn. Lost to Galatasaray. Lost to Leeds. Won against Norwich. Lost to Genk, Birmingham. Drew against Everton. Beat AZ Alkmaar. Lost to Tottenham. Beat Villarreal. Lost to Newcastle. Beat Bournemouth. Lost to Aston Villa. And then drew to us. So, very much a case of they've not played well this year. Like, they are playing terribly this year, and that's usually enough to get you fired. Like, that kind of string of form is enough to get most people fired in this game. If I had a string of form like that, I would fully expect my manager gets fired. Like, I mean it that way. Excuse me. You rejected the offer from Genk? Are you serious? That's stupid. Mikitani's growing still. Very good. Let's take a look at the Africa Cup of Nations 2027. Any major surprises? Liberia made it. That's a bit of a surprise, the Lone Stars. Any tips for a new player? Play a big team. So play like a team in the Premier League. Play one of the big teams, like one of the big six. Play a simple form. You don't need to play super complex tactics. You don't need to worry about making your own new tactic. If you play a 4-2-3-1, a 4-3-3, something that everyone's used to, that's fine. I would highly suggest looking at Zealand's tutorials. Scouting, you shouldn't have to worry too much about it because, you know, if you don't want to scout, you can have your staff do that all for you. I would highly recommend going to your... I think it's here, isn't it? No. Where is it again? I'm trying to remember. Is it in my manager profile? No, it's in staff. That's right, it's in staff. Responsibilities. So as you can see here, there's a bunch of staff responsibilities. If you don't want to do something, like for example, let's say you didn't want to handle first team staff recruitment at all, you can delegate it all. Delegate it all to your staff or to your assistant manager or to whoever the fuck you want. If you don't want to deal with it, you can do that. Makes your life a lot easier. You don't need to worry about it as much. So if you don't like hiring and firing people or handling that sort of stuff with your staff, because that can be very monotonous, you can 100% do that. The other thing I would recommend is coaching courses. You should just give those to your technical director if you have one. Contracts, you can decide who you should delegate that to. My U21s and U18s I should probably delegate because I don't really see the point in keeping them around, to be honest. Or at least doing that myself. I do my first teams because sometimes it's just a good idea to have that on there. Your advice and report, so you can be like, I don't want an advice and report every week, I want it every month. And you can always change who you get your advice from. Scouting, you can delegate stuff here. So, for example, let's say I didn't want to assign any scouts anymore, I could delegate it. If I didn't want to handle my scout meetings, I could delegate it. If you don't like doing transfers, you don't need to worry about that anymore either. You can also delegate that. I would highly recommend you consider that media. If you don't like doing media press conferences, that's fine. You can delegate your training. You can delegate your tactics even. You can delegate your friendly matches, which I do. I don't play the friendly matches anymore because it's not really worth it. I delegate that to Anto. That sort of thing. Elsewise, I would suggest make sure you check out your hierarchy in your dynamics and check your team leaders. You won't usually start with 3 team leaders. You might start with 1 or 2. Excuse me. Those team leaders are people who you have to treat a little differently than the rest of your team, because the rest of your team you can kind of piss off. You can kind of annoy the highly influential players and the influential players. But the second you annoy a team leader, the team can rally against you and you can end up in a situation where you get fired because you've lost confidence of the dressing room. That's the only real thing that I would suggest, is making sure you keep an eye on that. Most of the time, though, you're fine. Any other questions? If you have any other questions, now would be the time to ask before I get into this match. How do you tell what position you need to upgrade? So this is entirely up to you. This is also kind of difficult for me to show you because I have a pretty good team all around. You look at the star ratings and you go, oh, those aren't great, 2.5 stars. Star ratings lie. Star ratings aren't really a overall rating or a indication of how good a player is. It's how good your staff thinks that player is in that role and position. So, for example, Nathan Collins is considered a 3-star center back, but I think he's better than that. I think he's actually a 4-star center back. I think he's closer to a great player than he is a good one, which is what 3 stars would give him. For example, Florian Wirtz is considered a star player. I would consider this. I look at it this way, right? If you really, really, really want to know how good or bad a player is, do not delegate your friendly matches. Play them. Watch how your team plays, because when I first started this save, I had a goalkeeper who was awful. Like, I mean, could not stop the broadside of a barn. Awful goalkeeper. Couldn't stop anything coming at him. Cost us games in the first season, 100%. I then went out and bought a better goalkeeper because Anthony Trubin was available. And his stats, his attributes told me he was better than my old keeper. Basically, the only real way to know if you need to actually upgrade a position is if that player is not playing well, or is playing not the way you want them to play, or playing in a way that makes your team lose. You know? So, like, if you have a striker who's just not scoring goals no matter what you do, maybe playing them as a winger will be better. Maybe playing them as a center attacking mid will be better if they have those positions available. However, if you don't have a player on your team who can score goals, the best thing to do is to take a look through the leagues and see who the top goal scorers are in, like, the Bundesliga, in La Liga, in Serie A, in the Austrian leagues, that sort of thing. See if you can find yourself a player who can help you score goals. But basically, at that point, I would watch my friendlies. I would either attend my friendlies as someone who is watching the game and see how players play, or I would manage the friendly and see how it goes. Because you need to actually watch your team to know how good or bad a player is. You can't really know that from the stats alone. Some players play way above their stats, other players play way below their stats. Because some positions are just more difficult in FM. Some players are better in other positions than you'd think. Some players are just worse than you'd think they are. So the only real way you'd know if a player is any good is if you play them. If you have them on your team and you're playing them and you see how well or poorly they play. So that's what I'd recommend. I'd recommend watching the actual friendlies and seeing how your team plays on an actual football pitch. Got it. No worries. No worries. Because I didn't know how good... I thought Jose Sa was going to be a pretty decent keeper, at least for the first year. But like 6 months into it, he was so bad that I had to sell him. I sent him out on loan to like Real Besiktas or something, and he never came back because I just hated him. He just could not play. He wasn't capable. I could not keep him on the team because he was costing us goals. He was costing us actual games. You're very welcome for the information. Let's see how that improves the team. We're winning on XG, at least. We should have a goal on our XG generated. 80 minutes in here. Let's make a few more subs. Van de Ven off for Maturo. Johnston off for Sugawara. Gallagher's playing well. Verts isn't. Dandy boy. Afternoon, chap. You're live for much longer? I'll be live for a little bit longer, yeah. Got a few more games to play. How you doing, Dan? Nice to see you, buddy. How are things, man? How are things, big man? I ended my stream early yesterday, as you know, so I'm playing a few more games today than I usually would. Going a bit later. I don't have anything else planned for the evening either, so planning to stick around a bit longer. All grand, thanks. Good to hear by. Good to hear by. Didn't get what we wanted. We drew against the second league, against the team second in the Premier League. Keeps us more or less on even standing. Hoping to improve in the next game, though. That would be what we'd look for. Nobody there of any real note. That's unfortunate. I'd hoped we'd see a few more good players in the youth systems around, but not very many have popped out with me. We got Brentford up next and then Crystal Palace. Blackpool then the week after. And Aston Villa. Big rivalry match, that Aston Villa game. That's a game we'd hope to smash them in. We very well might get them relegated if we play well against them. Actually, that's a good question. How are they doing in the Premier League? Still down in 19th. They very well might get relegated this year, Aston Villa. Birmingham are out of the relegation zone right now, but barely. Oh, hello, Mr. Dandy Boy Plays. Hello, Mr. Dan. How are you doing? Thanks for the raid. Teehee. Mr. Teehee over here with his Teehee raid. With his Teehee. How nice of you. Thanks, Dan. So, welcome, everybody. Anyone here who does not follow Dan, please do me a solid. Give that man a follow. D-Boy Plays. Give old D-Boy Plays a follow. He's a great content creator. Does a lot of FM like myself. He also does a network save, and he also does a I believe it's a Nuzlocke, right, Dan? You do a Pokemon Nuzlocke with a few of your friends, I think. A few streams every now and again in that. Up the Wolves and that. Yeah, we're top of the Premier League. We won it last year. Just started a Nuzlocke. Yeah, cool. You just started a Nuzlocke. How was Marseille this stream? I know last stream you did pretty well. How was Marseille handling themselves? Oh God, what doesn't he do? He plays music. He's gorgeous. No, he does everything. I think Dan just does everything, to be honest. Don't think there's much else I can say on that one. I think Dan is the everyman. He's just capable of everything. You know what I mean? Marseille was good. Lost a stupid PSG. So that's second. Been a point behind them since. Ooh, gotta hate that, man. Gotta hate coming in second to PSG. PSG just rails and the shit out of me when I see them in competitions. There are many things I don't do. Well, not many things you don't do that we can say on Twitch for TOS. You know what I mean? Oh wow. Atletico Madrid want Conor Gallagher from us. Don't really think I'm willing to sell him, to be honest. Right. Let's take a look here. Who should we put on the bench? Who are we up against? Brentford. Where are they in the league again? I don't remember. You know, just looked at it. They're 8th. Okay, cool. Anybody here who we shouldn't start? Honestly, I think I might give Nathan Collins a bit of a whipping for his recent performances. So yes, for those of you who have come in from the Dandy Boy raid, I appreciate it. If you wouldn't mind smashing that follow button. My name is Mikey. I do various types of streams. Scott Laughley got D&D tonight. Apparently, I have much more to prepare. Enjoy the stream, folks. Good luck with the games. Hey, no worries. I was actually supposed to have D&D tonight as well, but it got cancelled because someone's having their house renovated, and the renovations aren't finished yet, so we can't go to their place. It's no worries, Dan, though. If you got to run off, hey, it's all good. Those of you here want to give me a follow. I'm actually planning on doing some more streams. Well, some more variety streams, basically. I've done nothing but FM for a little while. It's starting to get a little bit monotonous, even though I quite enjoy it. I'm going to be doing this wolf save for at least a little bit longer, and then depending on if we win everything or if we don't, I'll probably turn it into a journeyman where I take this universe and I will turn it into a journeyman where instead of a race to glory with just wolves, I'm going to go to different places. We weren't meant to do my campaign tonight, but now people are free and I've got to prepare a bunch of maps, for fuck's sake. Oh god, good luck to you, buddy. Get it done. Hopefully it goes smoothly for you. If you need anything, I'm here. Don't worry about it, but have a good one. So yeah, I'll be doing a bunch of other streams. On next week, I plan on starting a Mass Effect playthrough. I also plan on doing an RPG playthrough of some kind. Not sure what that RPG is yet. I might make it Dragon Age the Veilguard next week. So I'll be doing FM Monday, Tuesdays, Mass Effect Wednesday, Thursdays, and then Dragon Age Friday, Saturdays, basically. So if you guys want to give me a follow, you can follow me here. You can follow me on YouTube. You can find me in a bunch of different places. Thanks again, Dan, for the follow. Thanks again, Dan, for the raid. It's appreciated, but I hope you've had a good stream, and I hope that your campaign goes swimmingly for you. I've been running a campaign on Twitch as well. I've been doing Bellegarde Goodbye, which is a noir roleplay urban jungle game wherein all my players are playing anthropomorphic characters in the southern city of Bellegarde, which is a New Orleans, Baton Rouge kind of thing. Where if you want to, you can check that out over on the Component Cast, which is down below in the links, of course, if you want to go give that a follow. I will give them a shout out in the chat here, actually. Shout out Component Cast. Give them a follow if you want to check out some D&D or some Urban Jungle or some Lancer once Lancer has returned. Lots of options out there for it, so if you want to take a look, you can find them there. Plenty of options here, guys. If you want to follow me there, follow me here, follow me on YouTube, follow me anywhere you want to. Just don't follow me home. That was a terrible joke. Right, let's get into this match against let's get into this match against Brentford here. We should probably rotate the squad a little bit here, I think. Just because I think these guys need themselves a rest because there's been a lot of games going on at the minute. Collins is on a heavy match load. We'll put Jean-Martin and Arthur out there instead then. Festi on the bench. Same with Teddy Bearface. Who are you wanted by, Lorenzo? Crystal Palace, Leeds. Oh, Olympique Marseille is the only team. Celtic want to make an offer. I mean, 50 million I don't think is a bad price for Lorenzo Luca. But, hey, it's alright. That's right, I probably should have played Francisco Trincao, but I can play him in the next match instead. Now, is a solid B joke? Well, thanks, Ziggy. It's appreciated. Thanks for the follow as well. David Rea to Ayer. Ooh, big interception from Moreira. Hickey with the big tackle. Rooney. Rooney gets around every defender. Can't put it in, though. Off the post. Van de Ven to Szymanski. Goes over the top to Rooney. Rooney at the byline. Pulls it back to Sugawara. Sugawara eyes up his options. Has to go back to Martin. Jean-Martin up to Szymanski. Over the top. Good touch. Is it going to count, though? Is it going to count? It looks like it will. Goal awarded. That's what we wanted to see. Goal in the first couple of minutes. Excellent stuff. Ooh, big tackle there by Wan-Bissaka, but that's not enough to get the ball away from us. Hickey, however, intercepts. Damsgaard attacks out wide to Ceballos. Ceballos attacks down the right-hand side. Tries to go into the middle. Bento heads it away into the back of the net as Trubin tries to come out to get it, but can't. Trubin's annoying me. I'll be honest with you guys. There are times where Trubin is the best goalkeeper in the world, and there are other times where he lets in easy goals like that, and it annoys the sweet Jesus out of me. I don't know what it is. I don't know if he's inconsistent or if there's something else about him that's just not suited to Premier League football, but I just don't get it. He never seems to be capable of putting together a massive string of good games. Ceballos. The zombie. Hickey's there. Headed away. Ceballos tries to get past his defender. Can't. Pulls it back to Damsgaard. Shoots. Goes over the crossbar. We have controlled the momentum of this match entirely so far, and I am disappointed that we've not managed to do more than this. Seems to be a problem with the squad at the moment, that we've just not been really able to put like really, really good performances together since that really bad loss to things. Ooh, Rooney with another fantastic outside of the box goal. Rooney performing exceptionally well for us. If I remember correctly, Dan actually has Rooney Bargnani at his save. His... who is he at? Is it Newcastle? He's at in the... what's the phrase? In the network save. I think that's right, isn't it? He has Rooney there and he's done really well for him. Martin gets the header into it, but Brentford are awarded free kick because of an offside. Yeah, he's at Newcastle. Yeah, I thought so. I remember watching the stream a little while ago. Let's make a substitute here. Kenichi, you can come off for Joris. Gabriel on for Arthur, because Arthur's not played very well. Teddy on for David. That's enough subs, I think, for now. That's 3. That's good enough for now, I think. Glad I remember that, though, because I'd often forgotten like what teams people are playing at. It's quite bad for me. Raya makes a big save on John Martin there. Moreira over it. Whips it. Chotard can't get over Felix. Goes out. They have worked the space Japanese legend João de la Corte playing as their defensive mid. Gabriel, I don't know what you were trying to do there, but it scared me. Please don't ever do that again. Van de Ven to Moreira. Pulls it back to Van de Ven. Van de Ven to Bianacci to Chotard. Chotard out wide to Sugawara. Good passing. Sugawara over the top to Rooney. Rooney in behind everybody. Can't get it in at the tight angle. Sugawara to Rooney, back to Sugawara, who attacks at the byline, to Sugawara, to Rooney, to Teddy, to Shotard, to Szymanski. Tries to go wide to Moreira, but Wan-Bissaka intercepts. Ooh, Szymanski with the great tackle there. Goes to Moreira. Moreira with the great touch. Christopher Ayer with the menacing tackle there. Goes back to Szymanski. David Raya tips it over. Christopher Ayer being an absolute pain in my ass. Love the man, but my god. Bianchi to Rooney. Big tackle in the box. Kept it away cleanly. Rooney again. Deflected. Szymanski with it. Goes to Gabriel. And that's the end of the highlight. Alright, 86 minutes in here. Let's make a few quick subs for fitness. So... who we needing to rotate here? Rooney for sure. Yet again, don't really have a player up top here who we can sub off. Florian, I guess, can come in and play a wing for this game. We'll take off you and put Evan up top for the last few minutes just to give him a run. Hopefully he doesn't pick up a knock. That would be most annoying. 6 minutes of added time here. 3, 2, 1, and we're done with the added time. And we are finished with this match. 2-1. Well done, lads. Wasn't our best, but we won. Fabulous shot from Rooney. Good stuff, lads. Good stuff. Player of the week news is Marcus Rashford. Right. Some subs to make here. Alan Matoro needs to go on. Rooney, you for sure need to come off. Francisco Trincao can play there. Szymanski off for Wirtz. Gallagher on for David. Kanechi off for Shotard. Mascardo on for Jean-Martin. Sugawara off for Alistair Johnston. Okay. Let's take a quick look here at who we're selling. So Ebezelli has a bid on loan to Villarreal, but has not had anything accepted, and we're still waiting for responses. Lorenzo Luca we've offered out, but they're reviewing the situation. Should I sell this guy? I think he'll be homegrown at club, right? Yeah, he will in like 2 years. It's the cigarette. Welcome back, Benny. Arsenal have approached Tobias Schreider, one of our performance analysts. We'll offer him a new deal and see if he stays. Been lurking because working. No worries. No worries. Kangian Lee's near the end of his contract. Ooh. There's a guy who we could bring in for free who is incredibly good. Cool. What about instead of 50, we go down to like 40? I'll also bring Ebezelli's offer down to like 35, maybe 30, to see if some team will come in and spend that on them. because that would definitely help with our banking situation. I wouldn't spend that money in the transfer window. Maybe I'd use it to bring in Kangin Lee. Atletico Madrid have offered him a contract. Evan Ferguson has won the Ballon d'Or. I didn't expect that to happen. He has 43 goals and 43 appearances with 5 assists. Had 556 voting points. That's crazy. I didn't expect Evan Ferguson to win the Ballon d'Or. That's crazy. An Irishman winning the Ballon d'Or. I think that's the first Irish person to ever win the Ballon d'Or, actually. Oh yeah, there's Timothy Weah's dad, George Weah. There's Thierry Henry. No award given for a couple of years. I wonder why that was. Cristiano Ronaldo. Luka Modric won it. Yeah, I think this is the first Irish person to ever win the Ballon d'Or. First Irish player to ever win the Ballon d'Or. Might be the first Irish player to get like legitimate votes in the Ballon d'Or. Maybe Roy Keane got a couple of years ago, but I don't imagine there's very many of them. That's pretty cool. If anyone actually knows if Roy Keane ever came like fourth in the Ballon d'Or, let me know. Thibaut Courtois has won Belgian Player of the Year. Ferguson has won Irish International Player of the Year, with Gavin Bazunu in second and Nathan Collins in third. Ryan Kavanagh has won Irish U21 Player of the Year. Where is he contracted to? He's contracted to St. Mirren in Scotland, I think that is, right? Yeah, in Scotland. Ferguson has claimed Young Player of the Years. Kane got 6th place in 1999's Ballon d'Or. Ah, there we go. So he's not the first person to ever get Ballon d'Or votes, but he is the first Irish person to ever actually win a Ballon d'Or. And on top of that, first Irish person to ever get top 3 in the Ballon d'Or. So that's pretty cool. Will he win the Ballon d'Or in real life? God, who knows? We probably won't find out until about 15 years from now. So in 2039, you know, we'll probably go, maybe if YouTube is still a thing and if I'm still around, I can look back on this and go, wow, yeah, that was an interesting call. Gonna send him on an intensive language course. Does this guy have a promise about a loan? I should be able to check that here. Yes. Be the first ROI player to win the Ballon d'Or. We'd be the first Irish player in general. Because, you know, Northern Ireland is also Irish. I assume he would be. You know, the north of Ireland only has like, what, 1 million people in it, I think. So, it would be more than likely that he would be the first person from the island of Ireland to actually win it. George Best won the predecessor. So he won the award that existed before the Ballon d'Or. He's born in May 1949. European Footballer of the Year. Called the Fifth Beatle, the handsome best with long hair, an anomaly. English prominent rock and rollers. Best was a colossal celebrity. British tabloids also helped foster a drinking problem. Okay, fair enough. After a bitter departure from United in 1974, he played for numerous lesser teams in Britain, Spain, Australia, and the United States until 1983. So he won the European Footballer of the Year, but he didn't win the Ballon d'Or. Or is that what it used to be? Because the European Footballer of the Year award still exists. You know? Brentford have hired Hans-Dieter Flick. Or am I a bit crazy in that one? Because I think European Footballer of the Year is still here. Anyone need to add to registration? Not currently. But yeah, if you're going off of that and saying that the European Player of the Year is the predecessor, then yes, he'd be the first Republic of Ireland player to win it. Right, so here's the question. Right, this guy wants to go to Preston on loan, and I know that him playing would help him get better faster. Here's the thing. If I let him go on loan, he is no longer going to rack up time being club trained at club, correct? Right? So this progress on this screen would reset. He would no longer need 909 days to be nationality eligible for England and club trained at Wolves for 15 to 21 and 0 to 21. He would be reset to being 0 days, basically, right? And since he would be coming back before he turned... I think he'd be coming back a little bit after he turned 19, so I wouldn't be able to get him trained in club and trained at nation, correct? I think that's how that works. I think he has to stay here for the rest of his period to be was called. That's what it was. It used to be. It was expanded in 1995. Ah, that's why there was no award given then. So is my thinking on that ruling correct? That if I loan out Philip Koft, the natural libero, that he would no longer be able to be trained at club and nation, because he would go out on loan to Preston. He'd be nation trained, right? Because he would still gather up time in England, but he wouldn't be club trained anymore. I think. You can correct me on that if I'm wrong. You think. Right, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to accept this loan because he needs to go out on loan anyway, to be honest. He's not really getting any better here, playing in the U21s. So sending him out to Preston for the rest of the year probably wouldn't hurt. Killmonger, thanks for the follow. I know that's a bit of a weird one to be like, oh yeah, we're going to send him out on loan. Even though I want to have a bunch of players homegrown at club because we don't really have that. There's a reason why Rooney Bargnani has a premium on him. It's because he's English trained and a Wolves trained player, so he's a lot harder to replace than somebody else on this team. Like let's say a Shotard, for example. Shotard is a good player, a lot of talent, very very good defensive mid. Spent way too much fucking money on him. But he is a French player. So he would, if he was to go, I'd be able to replace him probably with an English player, and have them be a homegrown player, basically. But I don't necessarily think he's as irreplaceable as a player who, like Rooney, who gives us a extra slot in registration in Europe, basically, if you know what I'm saying. But I'll let that guy go out on loan, because I don't ever know if he's actually, I don't know if his potential is real or not. I don't know if he'll actually be a good libero, or if he's just, you know, a libero who spawned naturally into the world, basically. So I'll go out there and I'll give him a shot and see if he comes out of it. Some Googles tell you it won't reset to 0, but it was in FM22. That could be what it was, because I played a lot of FM22. I played like over 1,500 hours of FM22. And I remember that the second you let a player go away from your club who was over the age of 18, who was racking up time to be nation and club trained, is that the loan wouldn't... The way it worked is that you would lose the progress made towards making your player homegrown at club and nation, even though they were technically still part of your squad. It's just that they were no longer in your team, so it wouldn't count anymore. And I remember being really annoyed at it regularly, because I was like, I need to send this guy out on loan, but he's 20. I need to wait another year to send him out on loan. Happened more often than I like to admit. Johnston throws it down the line. Anderson's there to Eze. Out wide to NG. NG loses it to Matoro with a bad touch. It goes back to Arthur. Arthur to Gallagher. Gallagher out wide to Trincao. Trincao further wide to Johnston. Johnston attacks down the line. Johnston goes back post to Moreira. Can't get it over Richards. Danjuma's there to Mark Guay. To Lerma, to Richards, to Anderson. To Lerma. To Guay. To Eze. Big interception there from Gabriel. Down the line to Trincao. Back down the line to Gallagher. Gallagher playing out wide here, doing a good job of holding it up. Into Trincao in the middle. Trincao cuts inside. Is on his own. Francisco Trincao rattles it off the crossbar. Are they going to say that Bianacci was obstructing the goalkeeper here? Because if so, I'm going to be really pissed off. Oh my god, no way. That is ridiculous. That's ridiculous. No way. That's not offside. Bianacci did not stop him from attempting to make that save. He was just rattled. I swear to God now. Danjuma goes around everybody. Trubin makes the easy save though, at least. Okay. Okay. Been the better team here, guys. We should be up 1-0 off of that shot from Trincao, but we're not. Because the game is bad sometimes. Yeah, happy with that. Alfonso Moreira can stay up there. I'll bring on Evan Ferguson in like 10 minutes if we can't get anything going here. Johnston to Trincao, back to Johnston to Trincao. Mitchell intercepts. Mitchell goes over the top, but Van de Ven's there. To Florian, down the line to Moreira. Moreira has to go out wide to Van de Ven, who goes down. Ikanji tackles it off of him, but Van de Ven's right back to it. Ozo intercepts to Eze. Goes back to Ozo, to Ikanji, to Krejci in the middle. Out wide to Mitchell. Mitchell attacks. Mitchell has to go back to Krejci. Krejci goes in the middle to Lazari, to Ozo, to Dubrovnik. RTM Dubrovnik scores. Can't say I'm happy with that one. Some awful defending there, and we should already be 1-0 up because of that goal from Trincao earlier on, but the game stole that from us, to be honest. Szymanski, you can come on for Moreira. Not for Moreira. Moreira's actually playing well. Come on for Trincao. You can come off for Ferguson. Bareface can come on for... Actually, nobody in the middle other than Wirtz is playing poorly, so... I guess I'll do this and put Florian Wirtz out wide to see if he can pull something out of his ass. Is he more of an inside forward? I think he's more of an inside forward, right? He can't really can cross, but I'll play him as an inside forward. Yeah, he is perfectly capable of playing as an inside forward. That's fine. We'll try him out wide on the right as an inside forward for this situation because I think we need to. And Van de Ven's played poorly since I brought him on. My entire back line has not been playing very well recently. And it's really annoying because I know we can be solid defensively. That's all of our subs made. Right, Collins over a dead ball. To Chotard. Out wide to Van de Ven. Good pass from Chotard. Attacks. Tries to pull it into the middle, but it gets intercepted. Szymanski's there. Gets around his defender, goes back post to Florian. Whitworth loses the ball and Evan misses the header. Easiest header of his career and misses it wide. Corner kick here for Wirtz. Collins is there, Ferguson can't get to it, but Moreira has the second ball. Blocked. Van de Ven to Moreira. To Gabriel, who shoots. I thought it deflected actually out, but no, it didn't. He just missed, it was close though. Van de Ven to Moreira. Moreira to Chotard. Chotard to Gallagher. Gallagher to Ferguson. Ferguson goes out wide to Sugawara. Nice pass from him. Gallagher goes back post to Moreira. Whitworth saves it. Guay heads it away. Sugawara puts it into Gallagher. Gallagher keeps it in to Sugawara. Sugawara goes back to Chotard. Chotard picks it up and goes to Dubrovnik. To Krejci. Collins with a big tackle there on the yellow. Forces them to stop up. Vargas with a long throw. Van de Ven heads it right back to him, but Moreira's there. Goes to Gabriel. To Van de Ven. Goes back to Trubin. Don't like this. Out wide to Collins. Collins goes directly to Sugawara. Good pass. Sugawara tries to go past Krejci, but makes a terrible pass to Guay. To Whitworth. Anderson. To Lazari. Back to Anderson. To Vargas. To Lazari in the middle. Chotard takes it off of him. Goes out wide to Florian. Florian attacks. Goes to Ferguson. I don't know how he managed to get that one in, but he did. Evan Ferguson buries it. What a fantastic goal from him. Szymanski whips it. Come on. Oh, it dropped in from Gabriel Moscardo. From the Szymanski corner. That is incredible. I cannot believe that dropped in. I thought it was going to loop over the net, honestly. Fucking hell, what a goal. What a goal. That's crazy. That looped and dropped into the side netting. That was really good. We've managed to pull this back from a 1-0 loss to a 2-1 win in the last 2 minutes. It's important to remain focused, guys. Cool. Super sub Ferguson. Yeah, Ferguson came on, scored a goal, made a big difference there. Florian Wirtz, you need to come off. You're tired, bud. Who are we up against next? Blackpool. Well, guess what, Mikel? You're getting a run. Trubin, you have not been playing exceptionally well for us. You've sucked in the last few games. You've let in an easy goal in every single game. So we're going to put Mikel Riddell in, the 19-year-old. Honestly, I think a good right back would be like what this team needs. What was his name? Michael Coyote, I think is his name. Yes, the wing back at Fiorentina. We considered bringing this guy in, but he was too expensive for what he is. He's a very, very good wing back for sure. Like, he's probably one of the best wing backs in the world. But we probably, if we brought him in, I would sell Sugawara as well. I'd be like, okay, Sugawara and Festi, you can both go. We don't need to worry about you guys anymore. We can bring in Coyote, and he can cover basically every single option from now on. Because like that's probably this team's biggest weakness is its fullbacks. Ferguson apparently moving to AC Milan for 90 million. Absolutely not. You're on drugs. If you think he's going anywhere at the moment. Listen, once I leave, someone can come in and try to take away all these good players, and it probably will happen. But until that point, they're staying here. Ferguson's got his goal bonus of 800k for hitting 10 goals in the league. It took him a bit longer than expected, given it took to January 1st to hit 10 goals in the Premier League. But hey, he's got a good. I think how many goals has he got? He's got 28 goals this year. That doesn't include the 14 goals in the championship qualifiers or the 10 goals in the non-competitive games. Yeah. Starting to feel as agreed playing time is not being fulfilled. I mean, listen, I'm happy to start you up top from now on if you want, but I needed to make sure that you were fit. I'll start you against Blackpool for sure, and Villa. Yeah, that works for me. Athema? I'm going to say Athema. That might be right. I'm not sure. Athema. Thanks for the follow. Lee Perry has announced he will retire. I don't even know who that is. It's probably a coach or something. Here's another guy, right? Who, if we kept him, he would be club trained and English trained. But since he's going to England here, I think that's fine. This is cool. So Red's obviously not here. This is Red's named youth player, Teddy Bearface, a Welshman, who has been approached by a what's the name? A Saudi team, and he's like, nope, no interest in that. You can get lost. Starting more games. Yeah, sure. I'm fine with giving Nathan more games. We got the draw in the FA Cup. Let's take a look at this. Who can we draw? We can draw. Well, there's a bunch of teams who have to replay. So we could draw Bolton, Barnsley, Derby, QPR. Oh, the ad break is starting in a minute. Be ready for that, guys. I will be probably spinning to the bathroom real quick once that's happening. Bristol Rovers, Ipswich, Millwall, QPR, Swansea, Sunderland, Stoke, Sheffield. Basically, we want anyone who's not a massive team. We want anyone that isn't... what skin? Exclamation mark skin in the chat. I used the Zealand skin. Chelsea. I don't want Chelsea. Don't want Leicester. Don't want Crystal Palace or Brentford or City or Bristol City. Liverpool or Brighton. Leeds, Portsmouth will be fine. Bournemouth, West Brom will be fine. Norwich, Grimsby will be fine. Nottingham Forest, Fulham will be fine. Watford, Huddersfield. Reading, Mansfield will be fine. West Ham, Blackburn will be fine. Yeah, we got some options here. Ad break's going to start, so I'm going to switch over to my B-bar back screen. I'm going to go use the bathroom and turn my lights on because I realized how dark it is in here. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and start this draw. Just because it will take time for us probably to find us. I can pause it if it comes out with us first. The ad break ends in a minute anyway, so... Oh, Bristol Rovers are already gone. That's annoying. Anyway, if you're watching this on YouTube, this is a super long VOD probably for YouTube. It's over 6 hours already. So if you are watching and you've got this far into the VOD, I appreciate your time. If you wouldn't mind hitting the like, if you wouldn't mind commenting, if you wouldn't mind subscribing, if that's your deal. If you were to do that, that would help me out a lot. Be a big help for me in my growth and in my opportunities in the future. Largely because I'm not getting paid on YouTube, and I get very minimal money on Twitch. So it'd be cool if you guys would help me out with that. Thanks. Oof. I'm all stiff and creaky. I feel old. I should go to the gym more often again. I should wake up a little bit earlier and probably go do that instead of sitting around. 7 minutes left in the ad break. Luton Man United. Don't want that. Okay, West Ham or Blackburn went there. Cool. Hi guys, hope yous are all back. I just said I'd roll ahead on the draw here because we probably won't get drawn very early on, but if we did I would have paused. Oh, we just got, hang on. We got West Brom or Bournemouth, so we might have an old Black Country derby here. Depending on if Bournemouth win that or not. If Bournemouth don't win that, then we might very well end up in a good situation there. Oh, that's right. Emma Hayes is at Blackpool. I forget that too. Yes, I forget that they have a lady manager, a woman manager. They also have Johnny Ferguson. as their key player. Wolves get 40% of the profit of Lewis Miller's 1.1 move from Ipswich to Derby. We receive 210k for that. This is one of our goalkeepers, I think. Yeah, it's a goalkeeper who we got in through one of our youth intakes, who was not very good. And when Ipswich came in for 250k, I was like, absolutely no worries, you can take him. And now we've just made an extra 210k. So we've sold him basically for nearly 500 grand, which isn't bad, all things considered. See, the wildest thing is that he had a 50 million pound move to Genk, but wouldn't take it, and that really annoys me. That seems to be a big problem with the saves this year, is that you'll try to sell a player, and if they're not being sold to like Saudi, you never quite know if you'll get them. This guy's not not Wolverhampton born, is he? No, he's born in Birmingham. Middlesbrough. Listen, if you give me 225k, how much is this worth? 215, and a 40% of profit. Sure, you can have him. I won't sell him to Middlesbrough, though. See if we can get like 275k for him. That'd be pretty decent, I think. Jamie Garcia at where's that? Chevesas, I think that is. We'll add him to the Wonder Kid shortlist. He has the potential to possibly be one. Nobody of any real note there. Matthew McKenna. They have a 19-year-old playing as a DM there. I thought it was Sugando. No. They have Charlie Webber playing as a regista next to him. Right, let's get into this. Trincao, Bergnani, Ferguson, Collins, Riddell in net. Yeah, perfect. Let's do it. Home form is important to us. Get out there and smash this, boys. We're at home at the Molineux, the expanded Molineux, with now nearly 40,000 seats in it. 39,500, I think. 39.7, I think, is what's in here now. Lions with the throw into Stokes. Stokes back to Lions. Lions to Reeves. To McKenna. Over the top, Collins is there. Nods it down to Riddell, who goes back to Collins. Collins to David, out wide to Rooney. Rooney with a good touch. Inside to Szymanskis. Evan Ferguson shoots and scores. Buries it past Blackpool's keeper in the first few minutes. They should have kept the North Korean in net, it looks like. Szymanski with the corner. Collins raises up, but can't get it. Rooney to Ferguson. Rattles it off the crossbar. Not gonna lie, I thought he was offside there. Trincao over this is it's a penalty, it looks like it might be. Is it? It is. Ferguson will be taking this. Ferguson buries it. 30th goal of the season. 30th goal in all comps. Absolutely banging, so that is. Szymanski into David. David pushes. Has to go back to Szymanski, but they return to Rooney. Rooney turns and shoots. Goes low and hard, but misses. Kinnear boots it up. Mkhitaryan heads it down to Ferguson. Loses it to Reeves on a bad first touch. Ferguson J. Switches it. Sugawara heads it down to Rooney, who knocks it into Fratesi. David's in behind. Misses. David misses the easy ball there. Szymanski down to Trincao to Ferguson. Ferguson eyes up his options. Goes out wide to Rooney. Rooney back to Collins. Collins eyes up his options. Out wide to Rooney again. Overlap from Sugawara. Sugawara to David. David options Rooney. Back post. Trincao with the easy header in. Francisco Trincao doing a good job there. Good stuff. 3-0 up against Blackpool. That's what we want to see. A nice easy win here. Ferguson to McKenna. McKenna to Webster. Webster to Levy. Offside. I thought Riddell made a save there. Kinnear boots it, but Trincao heads it down to Ferguson. Goes back to Collins to reset. Collins attacks. Goes out wide to Sugawara. Down to Rooney. Rooney has to go back to Collins. Collins into Mkhitaryan. Mkhitaryan to Rooney. Rooney to Ferguson, who's in behind. Rattles it off the crossbar. Two minutes of added time. Cool stuff. Let's get right into the second half. What a 45 minutes, guys. Well done. Blown everybody away. Szymanski. Oh, can't quite find anyone. Collins to Maturo to Trincao. Back to Maturo. To Mikitani. Good cycling of possession. Deflects is off Evan Ferguson and goes in. Looks like they're counting that as an Evan Ferguson goal. I thought that it might have been a handball, honestly. But it looks like it's counting, so I'll take it. Evan can come off. Holden can come on. Trincao, you can stay on for now because you need the fitness. Kanechi off for Gabriel. Teddy on for David. And that's all the subs we'll make for now. 75-minute subs just to switch out for fitness, as there is a bigger game later in the week for us. 4 goals here though against Blackpool. Poor Blackpool. Yes, confirm those subs. Down the line to Evan, to Anto, to Evan Anto Riley, to Maturo. Maturo tries to whip it. Kinar can't keep hold of it. Maturo picks up the deflected ball. Sugawara into the middle. Evan can't get to the header. Maturo down the line. Back to Szymanski into the middle of the bare face. Surprised he managed to hold that ball. Teddy smashed that. He was trying to take the netting off the goal on that one. That was incredible. Sugawara switches, can't get past Ferguson J. Maturo to Szymanski to Holden out wide, can't get to him. Trincao's there, goes into the middle. It's an own goal from David Damanchik. It would have been nice to see Evan put another one in. He hasn't put one in a while, but hey, it's another goal for us. Collins goes down the line to Holden. Holden goes back to Collins, who attacks. Pushes down the line to Sugawara. Sugawara hard and low. Ekpetea's there. Moscardo knocks it down. Ferguson J can't keep Francisco Trincao off the ball. That's his second of the game. Szymanski deflected in. It's counted as his goal though. Sebastian Szymanski puts in the 7th goal we've had. Good stuff. Good win, lads. Solid. Alright, Aston Villa's up next actually, so another team that we would expect to beat handedly as well. We're playing West Brom Albion. Oh my goodness, if Dan was still here. If Dan was still here. Ferguson has put in a hat-trick in that game. Plymouth beat who? They beat Everton. Wow. Impressive. Impressive from Plymouth. Okay. It is nearly hour 7 of the stream. I've been going for 6.5 hours at this point. I've done a very long stream today as a make-up for the fact that I had to end my stream yesterday early. I will not be streaming tomorrow either, so yeah. Usually I wouldn't stream this long on today because I usually have something else I need to go to, but since I don't have to go to that today, I said I'd stream a bit longer. But what we're going to do now is we're going to raid out, so I'd like to thank anyone for showing up. I'd like to say a quick shout out to Dan D-Boy for playing, for raiding the stream, for raiding my stream today, and I'd like to give a quick shout out to anyone who followed, to anyone who has used any bits or any kind of things like that they might want to feel like using, or a Patreon or a Prime sub. Alternatively, if you've gone to my YouTube channel and you've hit subscribe over there, thank you so much for that. You can check out all of my VODs usually 2 or 3 days after the video, after I stream it.
So, for example, tomorrow there is a stream going live, which I think is the Premier League winning stream that is going live tomorrow. If you want to check that out, so I'm going to raid out to somebody. We're going to see who's live. I will check who's live in my following category first. If there's anyone in here who I should raid. No, not particularly. We'll check out anyone in the same category. None of my usual raid targets are live because I usually don't stream this late. It's weird. Just want to see if there's anyone who's playing in English, because it's usually easier just to raid those because it's a little bit less. Oh, there's a guy here playing Ipswich Town. Yeah, sure. Charlie the Best is playing Ipswich Town. Actually, no. That looks like a fucking child. No way. You know what? Let's just raid someone I'm following. Let's just make it easy. Lamadi is playing Silent Hill 2. Yeah, sure. We'll go over to Lamadia. Lamadia is playing Silent Hill 2. Any of you who have any particular problems with horror, I would suggest leaving right now. We're going to head over to Lamadia to say hello to them. Met Lamadia at TwitchCon last year. Excellent person. Does a lot of work with charity. Been a massive time. Great time having fun with them. So I'm going to go over, say hello to them. I'll see you guys Monday for another FM stream. Bye now.